There we go.
Okay. So... we left off I'm trying so hard to ignore the birds. I really am.
I'm sorry.
They seem just a little louder than usual right now. It's fine. We left off with the group of you taking
we took on a bunch of giants. Karina had severe PTSD.
Yeah, she stood there like a stunned mullet.
And Namila joined our group.
Yes. You had just made camp, but had not gone to bed for the night, I believe?
No, we just literally got to camp. They haven't even unhitched the stuff.
No, I think you unhitched the animals, but didn't, yeah.
So we take care of the critters. Everyone's all set. Quinry, are you staying in your tent far from the camp again?
He just looks at you for a moment.
Shell just gives an eye roll.
Like you've said the dumbest possible thing.
Yeah. Shell just gives an eye roll like, yeah, duh.
She rolls her eyes and flicks an ear. Well, considering we just ran into frost giants, do you really want to be in a spot where you'll be squished without us hearing?
Hey, get off my nose.
As he is just staring you down, I'm looking at his spells. Give me a moment. He has at least one spell that's basically, no, screw this, nothing's getting to me. But I'm trying to see if he has the really good ones.
The purple dome of purple?
Whether he just has Tiny Hut. No, he just stares you down, moves over to place away from all of the rest of you, and casts Tiny Hut. Yes, I think this will be just fine.
Tiny Hut? That just makes him more squishable.
It is a 10-foot radius immobile dome of force.
Okay.
That springs into existence around him.
Yeah, it's literally like impossible to break through, isn't it?
Mm.
Like I think it says nothing can get through it.
By the way, what size is a horse? A horse is too big to fit in the tiny hut, right?
A horse is considered a large creature, I believe, not a medium.
Okay.
I think the horse would be too tall.
If he could fit his horse in the tiny hut, it would just be him and the horse. But no one else gets into the tiny hut. This is his.
Way to back up the team.
Yeah. This is Quinry in a nutshell.
Shell flips him off to his back and just finishes setting up her own stuff.
Alright. I'm not sleeping anytime soon. Ryla and I'll take first watch.
Fair enough. I think I'll take second then. I usually seem to get second.
You don't complain too much. Oi! Giant Hunter. You wanna join
Vanilla
me
is
on...
currently making a snowman.
Seriously.
I'm gonna ping Namilla with a damn snowball.
She simply glares at you and goes back to building her snowman. Once it is built, she takes out her axe, which is still like covered in blood and viscera and stuff, and slices clean through the snowman.
Happy now?
That's another Kaji.
Finn also joins in and throwing a snowball at Noah.
Finn, it's another Kaji.
She looks at you guys and goes, "What? It's the best way to clean a blade."
No, see, Karina, Kaji was fun. This one I'm still not sure about.
She smells better.
Oh,
There is that. It's a low bar, but she's well over it.
fine. Finn, you and Alfie go cuddle. Get off my rock.
Pushy kitty.
At that, she just kind of flicks her tail at you and walks over to the rock. Hunter, do you want to join on first watch, or do you want me to kick your butt when I go to wake Shalia for second?
Namilla seems to be focusing on something. A snowball hits Finn in the back of the head from behind, from a direction where no one else is.
Oh. Do we need a perception check to see if we can tell that didn't come from where it should have come from?
And so towards where the snowball...
Okay, it hits a glowing floating hand. Or I guess
She goes
passes
mage hand.
through it?
I take it back, this one's very fun.
You have mage hand.
Finn attempts to throw a snowball again, this time looking where he's aiming.
The hand makes an OK sign and the ball goes through the round part of the OK sign.
Go!
It pretends that it like holds up like a number 1 sign and like pretends to cheer, like an overdramatic foam finger.
Shell just mutters something about being surrounded by children and goes to check on Clancy to see if he needs any more oil scrubbed off him before she goes to bed.
And then, Finn, are you turned around looking at the hand now?
Yes.
Okay, a snowball hits you from behind.
I think at this point Alfie joins in this slightly unorthodox snowball fight.
Karina sits down and just kind of folds her tail around her legs.
By the way, up a tree, you see Toby just watching and laughing in this sort of clicking bird laugh. This is why I travel with these people. They're all insane in the best possible way.
Okay, stealth attack with a snowball to Toby.
Congratulations, you've made the Birdman fall out of a tree because he did not see that coming.
Yeah, Ryla goes over to the Birdman and just kind of starts sniffing him in a, "Are you okay?"
Nope, no cats, thank you. Wings up, startled.
He is a bird, after all.
For reference, Riley's bigger than he is. He's an itty bitty bird man.
How big is Mage Hand? Like, is it
It can
just
only
a
carry
regular
about
hand?
5 pounds. It can only carry about 5 pounds.
So, no, it can carry 10, but I need to know how big it is.
It's hand size, relatively.
Oh, it's only
I
tiny.
Relatively hand size.
I don't think that's a question I've ever seen any sort of ruling on before.
Yeah, I'm looking at the spell right now, and it just says, like, you know, it can't carry more than 10 pounds and all that good stuff.
It might be as big as your hand.
Oh, well, Namilla's hands are giant, so... You know what, we're gonna say the hand is able to scoop up 9.5 pounds of snow and dump it on Finn.
I'm guessing that you're saying that because that's exactly what it does.
Well, it says it can't carry more than 10 pounds, but, like, I don't know if you've ever tried putting 10 pounds of snow in your hand. It's not easy if you have normal hands.
It's a lot of
So
snow.
9.5
Yeah.
is the optimum, is it?
You've
Gotta have that 0.5. Yeah.
Y'all like goobers.
Yeah, it just picks up a bunch of snow and, like, dumps it on Finn.
Finn looks at Namila, contemplates the value of attempting to tackle a Goliath that is very definitely stronger than him. For once in his life, makes the smart choice and doesn't, and just starts laughing instead. Oh. You are an experience. I don't know what kind of experience, but you're definitely an experience.
A lot of you's an
That I'm
experience.
sure you'll find out eventually.
I see why you're one of Karof's crazy. I think this should be fun.
She laughs and the hand disappears because I'd say it's been about a minute.
Okay, snowball fights aside, I think we all need sleep.
Yeah, Shell mutters about Jewel being an experience, the tone implying one she'd rather not have, and goes to bed.
Yeah, Karina just kind of crosses her arms, looks at Finn and Alti, and just kind of shoos them off to their tent.
Oh yeah.
Toby gets back in his tree, I take it.
Yeah. You like
Namilla is gonna finish cleaning her axe though before she goes to bed, so he goes to the tent like a couple minutes after everyone else.
She actually gets growled at. Namilla, find your own tent and get out of mine.
Why? It's so spacey in here.
I'll send Rala in after you. At this, you realize there is tiger hair against the walls of the tent.
There's also tabaxi hair over everything. My favourite colour is tabaxi. I'll wear it on everything.
Alright, well, she goes and makes an igloo then. But less like an igloo, more like a hole in the snow in the ground. It, like, vanishes and just looks like a pile of snow. Like how you guys ran into her on the road.
Basically.
Wow.
A snow cave.
Yeah, just big enough for, like, one Goliath, I guess.
Pretty big snow cave then.
I was gonna say, like, just big enough for one person, but no, that wouldn't work. So big enough for a Goliath.
Oh boy, it's his dome of no touchy.
I realized I had the spell effect tokens, so I don't use those enough.
Are you going to put him
No,
in
you
bed
don't.
first? Or is he just going to stand there?
Isn't... What size is that? Yeah, that's the right size, isn't it?
It's a token. They generally make them the proper size.
Oh no, I have to tweak them every damn time.
Oh, really? That's annoying.
Yeah.
Yes. Both of us have had to handle it.
Joy.
It's slightly better if I do it on a different layer than the token layer, but anytime I put something on the token layer, it's 5 by 5, 5 foot by 5 foot single square size.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it is with anything you drop into Roll20.
It defaults in at that size. Okay.
Yeah, it defaults into like one square, and then you have to make it bigger from there.
This is why I made a point of setting up all the animals with default tokens on their character sheets so that I don't have to readjust their size every single time.
Yeah.
To her eternal irritation.
Yeah, I can see how that'd be fun.
Hmm.
Can also see a computer go flying through the window at some stage.
Oh, there you go. You can do it through the character. I didn't know that. Oh, come on, you.
Now get it off.
Just like that. There you go. No problem.
I'm not even sure what you did, but hey, that was funny.
It still exists, but it's invisible, I think. No, okay. You can't make it a 0 foot radius, you have to make it blank foot radius. Yes, that makes sense.
Blank 0, same diff, but yeah.
Yeah, well, apparently the computer does not think that.
The computer's a dick. What do you expect?
And we're assuming the computer thinks.
True.
So,
Perception check from
All right.
Karina.
Yep. Advantage or no, or do you want one from Ryla? Yeah.
Separate perception checks.
And decent perception from Ryla, and really good from Karina.
It's a quiet night. Actually, let me pull up the calendar and see what the heck I had the weather set to. I have a calendar for that.
Nice. Most of it involves snow.
Well, it's winter.
It's also Vasselheim.
It's winter in a climate that's loosely inspired by Norway.
Yeah.
Womp.
So yes, everything is snow. But at the moment, it is a clear, and I mean completely clear, beautiful night.
She just leans back on the rock and looks up at the stars, just thinking back toward during the day. At least, and once her shift ends, she gets up, taps Ryla. They go off the rock, peek in. Shalia, your turn.
Yep, I'm up.
She goes to her tent and goes to sleep.
So she gets herself up on the rock with Spirit, because they always. And yeah, it's a nice, one of those crisp, clear crystal nights.
And that is a long rest, yeah?
Yes.
Yes. Almost. As well. Right, perception check. And I didn't open Spirit's box. There we go. Spirit doesn't care, he's asleep.
Yeah. Spirit takes one look at you, sets his head on his paws, and goes. Like the cat is actually snoring.
It continues to be a quiet, peaceful night.
Alright. Nothing to speak of here. So goes and pokes Finn. Alright, Finny boy, your turn. You got volunteered.
I think the term is voluntold.
You know it.
Alfie does get up with him because bothering. It's a quiet night regardless. Just fun to roll things. Yeah, nothing happens. It's just a quiet night. You're right along the main road, and quite frankly, the most dangerous thing in the area was dealt with earlier.
The most dangerous thing in the area is them.
The group is now the most dangerous thing in the area. Actually, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure the most dangerous thing in the area is the tiny wizard and his tiny hut. Fireball is scary. Yeah, the night passes. It is very peaceful. Very cold because this is still Isilra. It's cold. And you can get on the road.
Shell wants to go foraging for more herbs again to make some potions today, or a potion.
Okay, I think we said that was a survival check? It was either nature or survival.
Whichever one she had better.
Yeah.
Survival's better. Oh.
That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, easy enough. I believe you did not. Did you get to finish the potion the previous
Yes,
day?
because they had their little heart-to-heart. Corinne goes, so what's your story? And you just went back to grinding herbs.
Oh. Then you have enough material for another potion making. At this point, I'm not going through every day by day perception checks at night. I don't have any more planned encounters between here and Fjaraheim.
Alright, how many days have we got left?
So crap. And I just closed the calendar because I'm a very competent DM. I will have that answer in a moment when it goes. Okay, so it is the morning of the 24th. You are due to arrive in Fjaraheim on the 29th. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You've got 6 more days.
Alright, so if I roll 6 more survivals and then 7 herbalism kits, we'll see how many potions she was able to make. She's only making the small potion, so 1 a day.
Well, six counting the current day. So
Okay, so 5 more.
5 survivals and 6 herbalism things.
Okay. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. So that's her gathering the herbs every morning. She's sick of it by the last day.
So the 14, it takes a little while longer, and it delays you getting on the road by maybe half an hour. And the 10, it delays you getting on the road by about an hour 15 or so. And by that point, Quinry is very annoyed with you.
She doesn't care.
Especially since, for that last one, you are almost there. And on the last day, you're delaying getting on the road.
It's entirely possible she did that deliberately. Alright, so...
Is there anyone else would like to accomplish while you're on the road? While you roll those?
Nope, I'm good.
No.
Okay.
Okay, so where did you say you could roll for the herbalist kit?
You go into your inventory on D&D Beyond.
Yep.
And you click the herbalist kit so that it opens on the right panel.
Find the herbalist kit. Clear all that so I can actually see. thieves' tools. There it is. So now I found it. Now I do what? There it is.
At the top right. It's a button that says use tools.
No, it doesn't. I can't see that.
It should be up next to where it says the tool name really bigly.
Hang on.
No, it just display.
Maybe herbalist tools don't have a role?
It lets you add your proficiency bonus to any check you make.
I found this by clicking on the herbalist kit in Shalia's inventory.
Oh, there it is. Use tool. The there was a little notification or something at the top. It was covering it up. Alright, so that's 1. Proficiency. I didn't add proficiency. What would be my proficiency? How do I know that?
If you're proficient in survival or herbalism, your proficiency for all of us is +3.
Yeah.
Well, she's a hermit, so that's why she's got it. So I'd say expertise.
Proficiency is displayed in between your stats and your walking speed.
+3, yeah. But it doesn't come up with +3. It comes up with
-1.
Where
No,
is it getting up? No, that's what it's saying.
I click use tool.
Where is it getting?
It ability is strength for some reason. I have to change the ability to I don't know what, and then it comes up select proficiency, none, half proficiency, proficiency, or expertise.
Okay,
So you have to actually set it first.
that's complex, and I'm just gonna take a look at what that's. Okay, so you want to set it to wisdom because this is, I would say, either survival or medicine based.
Yeah, which is wisdom.
Which are both wisdom skills. And then where it says select proficiency, you select proficiency because you are proficient in it.
There we go. So that's
Yeah, that's.
so what's that? 2. Oh, you got to change it every single time, and you can't pick a number, which is annoying. 3.
Proficiency, not expertise. Though I will say I would give you expertise in herbalism if you study under an alchemist.
Okay. Well, she was a hermit. Half proficiency?
So, you have proficiency but not expertise.
Okay, so that's...
Expertise is doubled proficiency bonus.
So take off 3 from those 2 rolls then.
Those are still both very good rolls.
Oh, yes.
So
Woo!
she made a very good potion that day. That's the day she was a bit late. Proficiency. And one more. Normal proficiency. She was so late that she didn't actually find anything. That's why she was late. There we go. So she's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more potions to add to the one that she made yesterday. Right, get rid of all that.
We'll add.
So that
I'm
gives
gonna
her
add
7.
I'm gonna do something with that natural 20. So
What are you going to do with that natural 20?
let's see. And what is the next level up? Great. So you've managed to make over the course of this trip 6 standard potions of healing, and then one that you didn't mean for it to be a greater potion of healing. But you lucked into some incredible genius of distillation in the process. And made 1 potion of greater healing. So there you go. That's what happens if you roll a natural 20 on your...
Nice. And now I've got to figure out how to add it. There we go. Potion of greater healing. Add.
I have added it.
Oh.
You may have to refresh. Roll D&D Beyond is occasionally finicky.
Just a little.
Okay. So have a look. Inventory. Oh, now it's all rearranged again. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so potion of greater healing and 6 potions of healing. Yep. And she's also got a supreme potion of healing in there as well. Right. She's happy.
Mm-hmm. So, you travel for the rest of the week, making your way to Fjaraheim. It does start snowing again on the 25th.
Yay.
Snows for 3 days. But it's a light snowfall. It doesn't impact your travel any. It's just really annoying. There's finally some sun on the 28th, and then on the 29th, as you arrive in Fjaraheim, near the end of the day, it is snowing again. This is a silver for you.
It's just damp and miserable, basically. And cold. Very cold.
Come on. Difficult. So, the map will load in properly.
Yeah, it's
Oh, wow.
a lot of town. She has been very busy.
As you approach the city of Fjaraheim, like you're all used to the vast urban environment of Vasselheim. So it isn't unusually impressive. Um, but it is a fairly large town.
Yes, it is.
Um,
Would we see any immediate damage from the Blue Dragon's rampage?
you. I realized I never actually made a marker for where the town is.
For where the what is?
But where the road into town is.
Oh, you've got houses everywhere, but there's no road.
I think it's this area in the top left or top right by the farmland.
Okay, right.
All the way. So there's some degree of damage. Like you can see a few houses here and there that look like the dragon had specifically targeted them for something.
Do any of them look exploded?
Back here at the edge of town, no.
Most of the riches would be in the centre of town.
You can see in the mild like I want to point out, this is not a clear representation of how many actual physical houses there are or the distance. It's a large town, but you can see in relatively visible distance a large manor that looks very much like a dragon has attempted to perch on it.
So the roof's a bit buckled and the slate's all cracked.
Reminds me of when Rala tried to get onto something.
So you make your way further into the town. It is late in the day, but not so late that everything's closed yet, presumably. It's like late afternoon.
3 in the afternoon? 4 in the afternoon?
Yeah.
I will be right back. I blew through a lot of water on the trip home. Give me like 2 seconds.
Okay.
Question for the DM. Would there be a Slayer's Take, like, guild house here?
No. it is close enough to Vasselheim that the local guild is that.
Okay.
Otherwise, we would not be on this dragon contract because there'd be someone
else
to
would do it, yeah.
I mean, you had also said that a lot of the actual hunters were gone.
Well, frequently, most of the higher level teams are almost always dealing with
higher level stuff somewhere else.
Sorry about that. I drank about 2 liters of water on the trip home.
How?
Which is why you have Karoth in his weird team.
Yeah.
How? Simple. It's a 45-minute drive one way.
Oh, yeah, I suppose, yeah. Gives you plenty of time to drink that much water.
And also, I was driving and trying to keep focused, so while I did that, I would sip out of my water. On the plus side, I'm very hydrated.
That's a plus.
Anywho, I apologize.
Okay. So, it is late afternoon.
I don't know about y'all, but I am so tired of rations. Where's the... She looks at the contract. Does it mention meeting at the 5 Dogs Inn?
The contract does not. But you would remember from Cameron's letter that it was postmarked from the 5 Dogs Inn.
Let's find this inn and get some grub that's not travel grub.
I'm all for that.
Finn just immediately is like, yes, let's go make sure my idiot brother hasn't gotten eaten by a dragon.
He's probably still crying over his loot.
How much do you think he'll cry when he realizes that 2 members are no longer with us?
I feel like you vastly underestimate Cameron's ability to make stupid decisions when upset.
Most probably.
He's related to you, ain't he?
Yeah, well, that pretty much explains everything, doesn't it?
That's brutal, but not inaccurate.
As we're walking to the 5 Dogs Inn, she just kind of quirks a grin. This one ran into a firefight to grab me because I was in a blind rage and walking into an ambush.
See, I feel like you don't have room to talk about bad decisions when upset after that.
Yeah, I would have just let you do it.
Of course you would have. You wouldn't have had a rival in archery then.
So, you make your way to the 5 Dogs Inn?
We do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as you approach... Where is it?
Right in the centre of town near the docks.
Near the clock tower, anyway.
No, not the, As you approach, well, first off, you pass a very large church in the center of town and a sort of market square. You see a house. Oh God, which one was it? I think it's this one back here.
Mm-hmm.
With the top floor, where the top floor looks like it has just completely been destroyed. It looks like it probably exploded.
Oh,
Do
yeah.
you think the black powder has family here?
Vincent.
Look at the damage. It's consistent.
It is,
And
but
as
did you see the big crush where the big fat dragon sat on the roof as we came in?
True.
there are two different patterns of scorch marks if you take a moment to really look at it. If you've seen a lightning strike damage before,
Yep.
some of them look like that, and some of them look like the damage around Vincent's.
Oh boy.
As you approach the Five Dogs Inn, you hear music playing inside.
Oh, he seems to have found a replacement loot.
Yes, I am going to actually play. No! It changes the...
Well, there's the inn at least.
Okay, we're gonna try this again, I'm sorry. So, you enter the Five Dogs Inn. Front door is up there. And Cameron is playing possibly the most somber thing you've ever heard him play.
Would Karina know this song?
Or is he just ad-libbing some mournful music?
Most of what Cameron plays is either his own writing or popular folk songs. You would have heard this before, but not from Cameron.
Karina is quietly humming along. Her tail is very gently going to the beat.
It's a mournful song, there is no beat.
There is a beat to it.
Can I maybe put Finn on?
I believe it's a four-tone major.
Major doesn't describe the beat, major describes the time.
My mistake.
I'm just getting everyone on the map.
It was only minor. We forgive you. Now I've got rosemary, sage, and thyme running through my head. Scarborough
Fair.
Yep. Did you put the music on? Because I'm not getting any sound.
Oh, that would probably be that would explain a few things.
Oh yeah, no wonder there's no beat. There's no song.
He is playing Ashes by the Longest Johns. And if you can't hear that, we're gonna have a problem in the dragon fight. Because I've got sound set up.
Oh boy. Yeah, I cannot hear. I've got no sound.
Are you muted?
Nope,
Uh,
not as far as I know.
I check.
Go to your settings and check your master music volume level on Roll20 then. It might be turned down.
Yeah.
Roll 20.
On the far right is the little gear icon.
Yes. Master volume level. There we go. Try that.
Okay, test. Testing.
I now have sound. Similar to Scarborough Fair.
They're a much newer group than who originally sang Scarborough Fair.
Scarborough Fair
was a folk song. It was sung by kind of everyone.
Yeah.
Scarborough Fair is definitely the sort of music that Cameron plays.
Well, that's it. It's a minstrel song, so... Or a folk song, so yeah, it matches the era.
But yeah, as you approach the tavern, you can hear him playing, and you get inside near the end of the song, but not right at the end of the song.
So we can stand there and watch him finish the song, basically.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone would like to make a perception check to see whether this is his usual loot repaired or...
I'll do it.
I'm just
Considering I used to live with them.
I would say, Namilla's out of that one, because...
Yeah, Shell wouldn't know.
Well, to be fair, if you've been around Vasselheim, you might have seen him around.
Possibly, but she's usually doing work if she's in, like, the cities.
He used to play in bars around Vasselheim. It's...
I don't know, because you
It's
said the
been
guild
quite
house
a
wasn't
while,
here,
though.
right?
Well, normally he's in Vasselheim. He's only come to Fjaraheim recently.
I don't think she'd have seen him enough to recognize it anyways. Or at least not paid him enough mind to, like, notice he had a new loot.
No, well, that's it. If Shell's heard him play, she wouldn't have looked at his loot.
Unless you're a big fan of a singer, I don't think you recognize when they have, like, a new instrument or something.
No.
Karina, with that perception check, no, this is not the loot that he had before.
We're missing Spirit.
There's so many animals.
She makes her way through the crowd. She's not too far from them. She's standing between these two tables, and Ryla is literally right on her heels.
Is the song over?
At this point, the song is over, and he is taking a moment to have a drink of his ale and just sort of gauge the crowd. And Karina, you made it. Oh. It's been
Too long?
a very strange time out here. He seemed less boisterous than usual. Still very much life of the party energy, but
Tired.
yeah. And as you all sort of look around this very crowded bar, everyone seems tired. While there is not a massive quantity of damage to the city, there is a definite effect of having a dragon threatening their town.
Hey, Cameron, why don't we get a room and a couple of drinks and you tell us what's going on? Fully.
I have a room upstairs, but I think you'll want to meet someone first.
Is he adverse to tigers and a dire wolf?
I'm not sure he's adverse to anything, but he knows that he knows you're an interesting group.
Mm-hmm.
Would none of the bartenders or like staff care that two large cats just walked in?
It's very crowded, and these two giant tigers just walked in.
But, like, yeah, and this is like a restaurant. Like this is like a place where people eat.
The bartender is eyeing you, but with a look of just make sure they behave.
Is he like contemplating if he really wants to try to tell like two large animals to leave?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't get paid enough for this.
I'd like to point out you're about to understand why the bartender is very much this can't be worse than the rest of my month. So Cameron just leads you over to the door to the back room.
And these two actually very, very easily, without knocking any chairs down, just follow him without any problems.
Yeah, Finn follows, just watching Cameron with a look of, what have you gotten into now?
Shell slips through everyone quite easily. Spirit, however, he doesn't bowl anyone over, but he definitely pushes with his big shoulders and makes people move out of his way. Because he's coming through, and he's a 5-foot tiger in a 3-foot space, you know?
Everyone just files into this hallway. It's not great. It's not a large hallway. But, and this is a reasonably, it's not a fancy inn, but it's pretty decent. Nice furniture, but not like we're gonna break the bank if someone has a bar fight nice.
It's sort of white collar, middle class, presentable.
Yeah. Reminded of those bars that have like the fake glass that looks like glass but is actually plastic. Which is more expensive than like actual plastic, but it looks nice, but it doesn't.
You can't break it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's well-made furniture. Looks good, but it's also meant to withstand people.
It's sturdy.
Sturdy, that's a good word for it.
So, Cameron waits for all of you to get into the hallway with his hand on the doorknob of the door. Just sort of being a little dramatic about it because he is Cameron.
Of course.
Yep.
The big reveal.
As you all file into this hallway, he does finally open the door, and you see what was a sort of back kitchen and storeroom for this bar, completely transformed into an alchemist's workshop.
Huh, so that's why the ale smelled like sulfur.
It is. If anyone's watched the Iron Man movie, think what would happen if you had an alchemist that was very much like Tony Stark, stuck working out of the back of a bar.
So, an asshole, basically.
Well, I imagine a lot of personal items have gone missing because, I need a funnel. Oh, yep, that'll do.
It's chaotic. There's some degree of damage to the space. These things do occasionally explode.
Oh, no wonder everyone's tired. The place keeps blowing up every once in a while. No one can sleep.
Maybe Karina's right. Maybe we do have another Vincent.
And as Cameron leads you all into this place, you see a very, very focused half-elf, sort of copper tan skin, slightly scruffy facial hair, bent over where he has jammed two tables together into a workspace, working on what appears to be actually, I'd like everyone to make an Arcana check to figure out what he's doing. Because I know what he's doing, but...
Well, I should hope you know what you're doing, yes.
Sheldon, no? It's a little bit above her pay grade.
Nope. I'm gonna say it's just because Namilla is not like actually in the room. She's like kind of leaned up against the door frame, looking out and like just half paying attention to what's going on inside. She's more concerned about the fact that we've all just been put into a corner room with one way in and one way out.
And a lot of boom boom.
Yeah. And the possibility of someone like ambushing them.
Yeah, Quinry's actually staying in the hallway. Just out of sheer, I don't want to be in a tiny space with you people. And Toby is just watching the hallway. Much like Jamila, Toby has a paranoid streak. So Toby can't actually see what's in there.
Shell's got a Snoopy streak. She's not going to touch anything, but she's definitely looking at shelves and things.
Okay, so the only one that actually did well is Karina.
And she's not saying much. She's watching. You guys would see Karina just gain this very sharp-toothed grin. Raises a claw up to make a shushing noise and a gesture to say, "Let him finish."
So, A moment passes. Another moment passes. Cameron sighed. Kim, you've got guests. Another moment passes. There's a slight spark from what he's working on. Right. Another 3 days? Less than. Oh! They're here. Why didn't you say something?
He did.
Cameron just facepalms.
I'm Karina. That's Finn, Shalia, Spirit, Ryla, and Ulti. We have a couple more in the hallway that don't like being in small rooms.
Oh, sure. It's not I don't like being in small rooms. It's just I don't want to be attacked. Echoes like from outside the doorway.
You're very unlikely to be attacked in here. And quite frankly, if you were, you wouldn't be able to stop it because it would be because the dragon has decided to blow up my workshop again.
Yes, I was very unlikely to be attacked in that alley back there too, but you know.
No,
So, your house was the one missing the roof.
And the entire top floor.
that would be precisely why I have contracted your services. My name is Kinlo. I'm trying not to be entirely egotistical, but I am an alchemist of very high talent, and currently my business is completely stalled because I am working out of a bar.
I don't think you tried quite enough on that whole not being egotistical.
Yeah, somewhere in there was an eye roll from Shell and a shake of the head because, yeah.
Karina is actually ducked down. Her nose is pressed to her index finger. Sylvain has seen this pose on me, where I have one finger up, kind of pointed knuckles, and I will set it to the tip of my nose and try not to laugh.
Yeah.
That's what she's doing.
Just a few. Cover any giggles that escape.
Ryla's just looking at him like, you? I can still eat you.
Spirit's just bored, he's cold, he's slightly damp. He's going to just lay down in the corner. Okay.
Quite frankly, all of you are here a little faster than I anticipated.
Really? We got slowed up a couple of times. I mean, irritated look at Shalia.
You're gonna like it when I jam one of those potions down your gob. After you get zapped.
Excuse me? Oh, she only half heard, and she just heard, like, jamming potions down gobs. It looks in the door like, there's not children around here, but if there were, you shouldn't be saying that.
Shell just gives her a look like, you're gonna do something about it, because, come on.
I promise you, anyone in this bar has heard worse from Cameron. Cameron just is trying to hold back a laugh at that. Anyway, we will discuss you making potions, apparently, in, like, 5 minutes. That's not important right now. In about a little under 3 days, I can have this finished. And believe me, you want it finished.
I know what you're doing.
I want to know, what are you doing?
Here with the rest of the class.
You
I will
have
tell
a
you
very
later.
good eye. I am making an arrow of dragon slaying to take that bright blue bastard out.
We've already got a couple.
I've got one. I would like another one.
You don't reveal that you have the thing they're going to make us.
It's a dragon, Namila. It's going to take more than one to take it down.
Trust me, I am very much all in on taking out that dragon. He blew up my workshop.
Say nothing about your home?
I think his workshop is his home.
I'm more invested in the workshop. A bed is just a bed. The workshop was hard work to assemble.
Would you do a go get it from IKEA?
I don't even know how to react to that.
That was a long stare!
Like, deadpan, like, stare right there going...
That may actually be the stupidest thing I've ever heard someone say.
You've never heard of IKEA and Sons? They're this great little furniture dealer. They actually specialize in specialty equipment.
I promise you, they do not specialize in the sort of alchemy workshop I was working on.
I will ask one thing before the fight. Do you need the eyes?
The eyes?
Yeah,
Yes,
because they're
if you need
perfect
them.
targets.
At this, she raises her bow and just kind of winks at Shalia to show off hers.
Quite frankly, anything not in the contract is entirely fair game. And quite frankly, the things listed in the contract I only want because they're very, very, very much capable of making me back the amount of money that I am putting out for this.
Listen,
I
lady,
care
if it wasn't
less
for the
about-
money, we wouldn't be here.
I genuinely care less about getting any part of the dragon than I do about making it stop.
Alright, so we don't know how its lair looks. Shalia, plan stands. I distract, you find a hole, blind it.
Fully intend on doing that.
That is a very good plan. I may be about to throw a wrench in it. And I'm afraid this is non-negotiable. But I don't know how detailed your plan is. I like the blinding thing. I don't know what else is in the plan.
I won't make a full plan until I see the lair.
Smart. Cameron and I are coming with you.
Ho, whoa, 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 I am not having any civilians coming in this mission, much less my best friend's brother.
He has been in the
Y'all
lair
ain't
once
nothing but
before, though.
targets. Shalia, don't argue with me in front of him, please.
I'm not arguing. I'm
Cameron
pointing
and I-
out a point. I am not your subordinate. Get your tail out of that knot.
Cameron and I are coming with you. That is not a suggestion. That is a term.
Fine. You two will be staying back with the tigers.
Yes, we will. We will be staying as far from the dragon as possible, but I would like to see that thing die. And quite frankly, I can be some degree of help. I am a reasonably good shot myself. And you see, he does have a crossbow at the moment currently sitting by his feet.
And when's the last time you shot that?
What's your AC?
Take a shot and find out.
While that whole thing is happening, Manila just kind of mutters, "I hate picky clients," and goes and gets something to drink from the bar.
Shirley's looking at Finn saying, "Do something, she's going overboard."
Yeah, Manila's not super invested in this contract, because she could, in theory, go get another ice giant on her own. It's just nice to have the help.
Alright.
Directly just grazes your ear.
She's actually, will that be a athletics, straight dex, or acrobatics for her to grab the arrow out of the air?
It's a crossbow
She's a
bolt.
ranger, not a monk.
You're not a monk and you don't have gloves of missile snaring?
Yeah, it's a crossbow
think you
bolt.
would
It goes
just put
twice
your-
as fast as an arrow. You're not going to grab that.
You would just get a hole in your hand if you tried, I think.
Or at least some friction burn.
Yeah, some nasty splinters, probably.
You can try, and I'm going to say that's probably... It's dexterity. It is not something you're proficient in.
Dexterity, it's sheer
Wrong!
luck.
She is proficient in dex. He's a tabaxi.
It is not a check, and it is not a saving throw. It is or it is not a skill, and it is not a saving
It's
throw.
just straight
It is just
dexterity.
dex with no proficiency modifier.
Oh, still.
You get a crossbow bolt through your hand for trying. It
17?
genuinely would only have worked on a natural 20.
Oh,
You are not a monk, and you do not have gloves of missile snaring.
Shell just throws her hands up in the air as if, like,
Getting your hand placed fast enough is what the 17 gave you. You in air.
Strangely enough, she doesn't scream. She looks at it, not again, and heals it.
Yeah.
A little hint of some shit's gone down. Not the first time I've had a hole blown in my hand, but I'll give you your aim.
That was supposed to narrowly miss you.
What can I say? I have a cocky streak in me.
no kidding, cat.
You know, I can respect that.
At that, she just kind of cracks a grin at Shalia and winks.
As that was happening, the Miller was walking back with like a thing of like hot wine, like steaming wine, and she looks at, "I was gone for like 2 minutes. Why are you shooting each other?"
Ego, mostly. It's fine. We're fine.
Yeah, with you, I'll believe that one. And she takes the drink.
At this, she leans back, crosses her arms, and just waits to be briefed.
By the way, you did not see him load that crossbow, nor does he reload it afterwards.
Oh, great.
She says nothing about it.
He's an artificer. He has some fun tricks.
Like shooting people in the hand.
Well, he would have missed it if she hadn't have been an idiot and tried to show off.
Karina's had a rough time of it. The fact that she's being cocky after a PTSD attack with giants is
So
not
she's
bad.
trying to overcompensate.
A little.
Well, not trying to overcompensate, she's succeeding in overcompensating.
Oh,
She's doing just fine in the overcompensating part.
Oh yeah. Anyway,
but she's fine. She's just okay. That happened. So now what?
I want to know more about this dragon lair layout, because you do realise going into a dragon's lair is like the dumbest move you could ever do.
From what the letter said, the dragon's not long here.
Yeah.
You may be lucky and it not have a full lair setup.
Yeah, but from what the books I read, they usually have traps. They know their lair better than we do, so there's going to be blind alleys and pitfalls, and not to mention zappy breath. So yeah.
Well, zappy breath is simple. Don't stand in a line.
So at this point, Kinwell just sort of sits back and watches you bicker.
He gets the impression that this is a common occurrence. With the way they've just slid into that.
And after a moment, he just says, "You know, if you want to know more about this dragon, I have been keeping tabs on... Well, Cameron has been keeping tabs on things for me, mostly. I've been back here spending every waking hour working on an arrow, because apparently I've lost my mind.
Probably.
What I know... And I'm aware you're probably about to make a quip about whether I'd lost my mind a long time ago, in which case you're right, I probably did. However, what I know about the dragon is this. It has been here 30... Cameron, what day is it? Kinwell. You're lucky that the distracted alchemist deal is just strangely adorable. The dragon's been here 31 days, and the very first thing that it did was blow up his house and then perch on the mayor's manor.
We saw that, yes.
Nimilla peeks her head in. You said it went after your house first?
I get the impression it was scouting the place and knew you were there.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a coincidence.
Strangely enough, it was a very unfortunate matter of luck. From what we can gather, the dragon has some sort of grudge against the mayor's family and has used this to extort our mayor into paying tribute.
I wonder what the mayor did.
It did attack a handful of other houses in the initial display of power that it decided was necessary to make the mayor do its bidding. And it has caused a bit of further damage since in response to a certain bard inadvisable life choices.
Shell just looks over it. Cameron.
Cameron rolls his eyes at Kinwell. You get the impression that these two have spent a not insignificant amount of time together over this past month and have become very comfortable with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Kenwell, how many days did the destruction of your workshop set you back?
I'm working out of a bar.
So a considerable amount of time.
Generally, yes.
And are you the only person in this city that would have the ability to make the arrows?
That's an interesting point.
I don't think it was luck.
That's a very interesting point. I hadn't thought of that. I'm not the only person capable, but I am both the fastest and the best.
And so modest.
Probably the only one intense enough to do so in under a month.
I see. And one final question. Were you home at the time of the destruction?
No, I was here. I was, in fact, watching the charming idiot over here perform.
So, your home, well, your workshop, where you're typically at, gets targeted and destroyed. I would be willing to bet some of that random, and she has air quotes, destruction that you were talking about might not be so random. I'd be willing to bet lesser workshops were probably destroyed.
At least two of the other houses targeted were just farmers.
Yeah, well, he wouldn't make a show of attacking everyone that's an alchemist, but he's going to... I'm going to bet that a high number of the houses yet were a threat.
Intelligence and information enough to attack and target those who could stop them. We're going to be in for one hell of a time in that lair.
But it is a blue dragon. They are well known to be one of the more intelligent of the chromatic dragons. It does make sense.
What in the hell have you guys signed me up for?
Your trap was an hour away.
You really want to do this again? I didn't think so.
Is the mayor still in town, or is he scarpered?
She has, in fact, still been living in the damaged manor because apparently she is not made of good life choices.
She pissed off a blue dragon? I'm guessing not. I want to talk to this mayor.
As do I.
From what I gather, it's a fairly old grudge. It may predate this particular... I don't know enough of the details, I'm afraid.
That's why I want to go talk to this mayor. See if it's a grudge against this town, against this mayor, or against this mayor's family line.
Or her actions.
Well,
yeah,
it's fairly late, and I still have at least 2 hours of work to do on this arrow. So, it's been lovely meeting you all. Goodbye. And he just sort of shoos you away. Good luck with the mayor.
Brilliant.
Goes right back to working on the arrow.
Well, he was a barrel of fun.
Leads you out of the makeshift workshop. Honestly, he's actually very charming, but he's also been working 16 hours a day.
It shows.
To be fair, I think he usually works close to that, but he's very angry at this dragon.
Alright, well, it's getting late. We probably should have some real food, nice warm food, and have a good night's sleep, and then tomorrow we'll go talk to this mayor and see what actually upset the dragon. Because I am not walking into this blind and not knowing the situation. It's bad enough that I'm walking into this at all. She gives a pointed look to Karina as if I blame you for this.
Karina just kind of flicks an ear at her.
Nothing new there. Are there any rooms free in this tavern? Or do they have to go to an inn?
Actually, give me a moment. Okay, I had not actually made any determination of that on the map. So I don't know whether I had planned for there to be room 3. Because I made this map like 3 months ago.
Oh no.
I've forgotten.
Could we just say it's a large city, so there's probably going to be something?
Well, roll a dice if they stay here at this tavern or if they go find another inn.
Yeah, there you go.
Let me look at 1, 2, 3, 4. Did I really never make the downstairs for this place? There is a basement. There's no rooms down there. But
that'd just be for storage.
I'm usually more thorough with my maps.
Usually.
I
mean, did you see how many houses were in that town? How long did it take you to make that?
5 hours.
Wow.
Maybe. Granted, that also included scrapping one version and starting over.
Still, it's pretty impressive. Right, so were we flipping a coin?
Just a Okay, call even or odd for me.
Even. Even stays here, odd goes...
Yep. That's a 7 on a D20, so that's what I had to hold.
Alright, so they go somewhere else.
Yeah. There are no rooms available here, which doesn't surprise you, given that this is a very crowded bar,
Yeah.
and that some of the people here look very much like they are probably dealing with the fact that the dragon blew their houses up. Like, the damage is not massive to the town, but there's still a reasonable number of people displaced. And then also, the dragon has been making traffic leaving town a bit more difficult. So no one can go anywhere else either.
Oh, brilliant.
But Cameron explains all of that to you and offers. There's this moment where he's about to offer that everyone can just crash on his floor, and then stops. Normally I would offer that you can stay with me, but like there's just... I don't think there's space.
I don't think there's enough floor.
I mean, it's a nice room, but also, Finn snores.
I imagine Finn gives him a look for that comment.
Oh yeah.
Karina just rolls her eyes.
Like, I moved out of the house for a reason. Well, out for definitions of out that involve staying there when I'm not on the road, but seriously, living with him, it's just... I mean, you're on the road with him, you know.
Oh yeah, I sleep in the tent as far away from his as possible.
So yeah, there's not really rooms here. I think there might be an inn a few streets over that may have space. The town's in a bit of a difficult state at the moment. And quite frankly, anything that's not very poor accommodations is a little bit between the amount of people who ended up stuck here because of the dragon being difficult. I mean, there's been...
Look, at this point I would take somewhere that serves squalid pie, so long as they served it.
Well, I have good news for you on the food front. We can eat here. And better yet, you can eat on my tab, and by my tab I mean Kinwell's tab.
I like that idea.
But there are no rooms that you can sleep here in. Unless you want to be in a very cramped pile on my floor.
I've slept in a pile of snow for the past 2 weeks.
And I don't think any of you want that.
No, gonna hard pass on the cuddle puddle, thank you.
Yeah, I don't do touching, remember?
So Cameron does lead you to each the large table in the bar. I can actually. I need a new mouse. I currently have 2 attached to my computer. One has a broken scroll wheel and one has a broken left click. So moving anything is difficult.
Particularly if you want to either scroll or click, yeah. Great.
The one with the broken left click, it functions, but it double clicks like 60% of the time.
Oh, that's annoying, yeah.
It's the worst.
Alright, so we get fed, we get warm, we get dry, and then we go look for some flea-bitten hovel to sleep in.
You manage to find somewhere to stay. It is not good.
But it's better than sleeping in the barn with the horse.
It is.
I
get the impression it's equal to about sleeping in the barn with the horse.
It's better than a tent.
Oh boy.
I imagine it's one of those Victorian 2-penny hangovers.
Yeah, that's the idea.
It's just a
Where you
row
sleep
of
on, like, a rope suspended off the ground.
row of wooden
It's-
beds and nothing else.
It's bad.
Not even. Check the OOC trap.
Like,
Just
okay,
like
not-
rope suspended off the ground.
Not quite that bad, but it's bad. It's very.
That is actually kind of where the term hungover comes from. So keep that in mind. It literally, because literally, like, the drunk people didn't have the money to sleep anywhere else,
Yeah.
and they would just hang over on very cheap rooms just full of ropes.
It's very much a you can get a room for 1 copper sort of place.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
I don't
they
know.
only have. How many people do we have?
A lot.
1, 2, 3, 4,
1, 2,
5,
3, 4, 5, 6,
6.
7.
Plus, yeah, 2 cats, a horse, a dog, and a donkey.
No, yeah, we'd have to find somewhere to park the carriage and stuff too, wouldn't we?
Yep. They'd have
They
a
have
public stable.
They have. Yes. They have less rooms available than there are people here. I'm having trouble with the math.
Somebody has to share a
Well, you
rope.
basically have to either double or triple up, right? Yeah.
But yeah.
Namilla is grumbling to herself, seeing if this place was actually important enough to have a guild house, we wouldn't have this issue. I could have had us all rooms and food.
Shell joins in the grumbling. You know, they invite us here to kill a dragon, and they can't even find a decent room, and we're supposed to be the heroes of the day. I'm sleeping on a rope.
They have 3 rooms available. Finn and Alfie take 1. Quinry takes a single look at the accommodations and goes to sleep in his carriage.
You might have a point there. It probably is better than this room.
Because it is legitimately more comfortable.
Karina finds the softest spot of floor looks at it, puffs. I've done this since I was 13. Curls into a ball, tail over her nose, and goes to sleep. She basically pulls a cat circle.
I'm still questioning the softest spot of floor.
It's,
It has more dust than the rest of the floor does, so it's softer.
it's actually possible that it's softer than the beds.
It's made out of wood, and the wood is like rotting away, so it's like soft.
I think Shelley's going to opt out of sleeping in the flea-bitten room, and she's going to go sleep in the hay in the stall with Clancy. Okay. It's warm in there, it's dry in there, and more importantly, it's not crowded and flea-infested in there.
Okay, so Finn
and I don't know if this is going to count towards bugs, but when she taps her nose, and at the same time she taps Ryla, does it say what kind of aura it is? Nope, it's just she basically burns a protection from evil and good, because in her opinion, fleas are evil. Which is why she curls up on the floor, because she's used to it.
So where does Toby sleep?
Okay, I'm trying to keep track of who's actually
Who's where?
paying for a room and who's where. So Quinry is outside, you're outside. Finn and Alfie take one room.
Karina's on the floor in another room.
Okay. So that does just leave Namila and Toby.
Yeah, hey, wait a minute. Did we just pay to have the Tabaxi sleep on a floor?
Apparently.
Yeah.
we just paid money for a floor for the Tabaxi to sleep on.
Yes, but the good news is that your options are outside sleeping in the carriage and having Quinry glare at you for disrupting his sleep. Outside in the stable, just in the stable. Sharing a room with Karina, who is not using a bed and therefore there's room. Or sharing a room with Toby. Because there's
I
three.
really miss my guild house. I really, 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 really miss my guild house.
Finn just looks at you and just like second for that. At least it didn't look like this. I mean, the dorms suck, but they're not this.
Yes, the dorms suck, but at least they're kinda clean.
I mean, just to clarify, because I've never actually seen you there, so you wouldn't know. I stay at the guild house basically any time my brothers are home.
Well, it's because it's free.
It's free and it doesn't have Cameron in it.
Good enough reason.
Just take the bed. And quit griping. We have a long day tomorrow.
Okay, so Finn gets a room.
Yeah,
Karina-
I guess the middle is just gonna crash on the the bed.
And then Toby looks at this entire arrangement, looks at the nearest nearest tree, and like there's like the decorative trees in various city spaces. There's a tree nearby. There's always a tree nearby.
I fully expected him to either be in a tree or up in the rafters in the barn.
And he just goes directly to the tree. A moment later, a local guard argues with him for a moment. He comes down and goes to the rafters in the barn. Apparently trees aren't allowed.
Hey, we've got a dragon messing up the place. We don't need loiters in the trees, okay?
Yes, their priority is one strictly of anti-loitering in the trees.
Yeah.
The dragon can do whatever he wants, but God forbid he sleeps in a tree. They're gonna get him if they do.
Well,
Yeah.
we've got to maintain an image in this town, you know.
We're an upstanding town. We can't have these hoodlums here.
So that's 1 copper from Finn and 1 copper from Karina.
And Namila. Oh, no.
Oh,
They're sharing.
well, no.
Yeah.
Oh, good luck with that. I don't think I ever gave Jamila any coins. She basically doesn't have any money.
Yeah, well, they're sharing anyway. Karina pays.
Karina just
She
already
left
paid for
her
it.
Yeah.
she left her coin pouch back in like the guild house or something because she was going out stalking an ice giant. She didn't think she was gonna need it.
Yeah, well, who are you going to pay in the wilderness?
Exactly. She was hiding in a pile of snow.
So, you have it's not a good night's sleep, but it's a sleep.
It's a night's sleep.
I think she'll had a better sleep in the barn than sleeping on that hard pallet in the room.
I think Namilla slept better in the snow.
It is
Karina
not
probably
particularly
slept decently.
Finn is relatively fine. He can sleep just about anywhere.
Yeah, those two would be pretty used to
And-
sleeping on rocks and stuff.
And Alfie is relatively fine because she genuinely will go to sleep somewhere in animal form. So this is not significantly weirder or worse.
It's probably more comfortable sleeping on a hard pallet or on the floor as a dog or something anyway.
And like, given that her wild shape does not actually last for a full 8 hours, it's very much a case of she goes to sleep as an animal and wakes up in the weirdest possible position. But yes, you do all get... It's not a great night's sleep, but it's functional.
Yeah, that's a good description for it. It's a functional night's sleep. I like that.
It functioned.
Agreed.
It was a long rest in the most literal of terms.
And it is now the 1st of Duskar. It is still snowing. And you have the entirety of Fjaraheim at your disposal.
Alright. So,
And we're going to take a break right there because I need to use the bathroom.
okay.
And I'm gonna go get a blanket because I'm actually getting cold.
Yep.
I need to go
Here,
swap my laundry over. Yep.
BRB.
Nice.
Very cold feet. Oh, warm blanket. Okay.
Okay, Ivy back out of the group.
Uh-uh. I'm back.
Thank you, love.
Ooh. Very useful.
I'd like to try some of those. I'd like to try some of those Marquette recipes I saw from the TikTok.
It even has stuff from Wild Mount.
Cool.
Stuff from the Menagerie Coast and the Wildlands, all that good stuff.
Probably stuff from Marquette tying into the
Greyhawk,
to the third campaign.
Monster Food, Underdark Food, Ellen Food. And now I've been reminded of the existence of head cheese.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna ask.
Going to deliberately forget that exists again.
Sounds kind of, well, basically it's the name. It's cheese made from a head. Usually still in the shape of a head, too.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Goblin Spit Ale does not sound good.
Where are you finding that?
Got a bunch of shit.
Look at the link he posted in Chatter. I feel like Goblin Spit Ale would be preferable to the Goblin Food Rub, however.
Yeah, tasting like a rotting cow that caught fire.
Love you, Dev.
Yeah.
Okay. Shelly, how's Max and Peanut doing? Are they doing any better?
Yeah, Mac's still calling out, as you can hear.
I figured it was Max or Peanut calling out for Jelly.
Mm-hmm. Max. Peanut's been very quiet.
I'm sorry, hon.
Hug.
So many hugs. You want me to tell them, or do you want to? 'Cause I don't know if I'm the only person you told.
You are.
That's why I bit my tongue earlier tonight, because I didn't want to say it until I got permission. You know, respect and all that.
Yeah, well, I'd rather not have it on the recording for prosperity, so...
Yeah. Makes sense.
Anyway, no, we all here.
So I presume we meet back up at the tavern for a decent breakfast, at least.
Sounds about right. And then were we gonna head over to the mayor's place?
Yes. You awake and early too.
So you head back to the Five Dogs Inn to get food. Which is good because I'm not sure whether the place you slept serves food, and I don't think you want to see it if they do.
No, I had enough issues just keeping the fleas away.
It
Thank God
serves
for-
something you can eat, but you can't call it food. That would be rude.
Cruel.
Yeah, that would be cruel.
Shell slept in a barn. She could probably take a couple of carrots and an apple for breakfast, but she wants some real food.
Probably eat the straw would probably be better.
I think the
You
barn
get
is
there.
probably better stocked than where you slept.
You get back to the Five Dogs Inn. I am not changing the map again because it's slow as shit.
By the time we've eaten and gathered up together and you've changed the map, it'll be time to go to the mayor's house anyway.
Yeah. Cameron is not up yet.
Really?
He's not exactly an adventurer.
And yet he went into a dragon's lair.
I never said he was smart.
He's just generally not a morning person. And to be fair, he has a bed that I assume feels like a bed.
I'm not gonna lie, once we get back, we are house hunting.
So it is not surprising that he's getting more sleep than we did.
Yeah, well, he's your brother. Go wake him up.
Oh no, I've learned my lesson about going near Cameron's room when I don't know what's in it.
Karina rolls her eyes and takes a look for the alchemist, seeing if he's already up and doing his work.
He is, because he has absolutely no sense of a normal work pace.
Kinwell, could I borrow a bucket of water?
He does not register that you're there.
Nimilla sighs in exasperation and goes to find his room.
Okay, this will change the map for.
Uh-oh.
Because I made a nice upstairs to the inn and haven't gotten to use it.
Wonderful.
Give me a moment.
Gee.
Look at all those
Wonder
nice
which room
beds we could have
possibly be
slept in.
his.
The
While
biggest.
you're setting that up, I'm going to go dum-dum in his room because he's barking up a storm. If you can hear.
No, we can't actually.
I can, and if I get a sound complaint, it's going to be in trouble.
And now I can hear him.
Oh dear. Yeah, I just heard something.
I'm back.
Okay.
And he is in his house. Nice rooms. Very nice rooms.
Namila, you come upstairs.
Okay. Can she tell which room is Cameron's?
There isn't any sound coming from any of them.
Right. Well, since there are
I just missed that because
4
my connection
left.
went a bit funny. What did you do?
This room right here, the door is ajar and no one is in it.
Hence the 2 X's.
Other than that, all of the other doors are closed and there's no sound coming from any of them, so there's no obvious way to tell.
Does Karina manage to get a bucket?
You can probably get a bucket from one of the staff. Kinwell is not paying attention, however. Kinwell is focused on finishing that arrow.
That's wrong. Yeah, Namila is just gonna start at the end, since you know.
Karina just watches and just kind of speaks softly. When you find his room, let me know. And she just kind of sloshes the water.
All right. Namila is going to take out her axe. Just her regular battle axe, though, not her giant slayer one. That'd be overkill.
Namila, do you want me to pick the lock?
No, picking the lock won't wake him up.
That's what the water is for.
Shut
You
the
want
hell
to
up and
take
listen.
damages?
She takes the back of the axe and looks at it. Before wait, what does she have? She has... Oh, that's right, she has those.
I am suddenly afraid.
She looks at the gauntlets of ogre power she's wearing and goes, "Oh yeah," and makes a fist and pounds against the door to the point like it shakes on its hinges.
Like the cock bang, boom, boom, boom. I'm laughing the cock.
Yeah, like you're being raided by the FBI, kind of knocking. It looks more like a battering ram is about to knock the door down. And in her,
she just kind of drops her ears and really hopes whoever's in that room.
Sunrise, will you calm down?
Get up!
A moment passes. Another moment. Very annoyed groan from inside the room. The door opens, and what you see is Cameron just in a heat toga glaring at you. No.
You said in a
And
toga, right?
he has wrapped himself in a sheet because he's fairly certain whoever's banging on the door does not want to see him naked.
Okay. She grabs him by where the sheet is wrapped around, so like the sheet doesn't come off, but she like is holding it like the collar of a shirt. And I don't know if you want me to roll a strength check or not. I'm pretty sure I know what will happen.
You don't need to.
He's made of paper.
Cameron has a negative strength score.
He's made of paper, and she's a 7-foot tall Goliath with gauntlets of ogre power.
She picks him up by the sheet, basically.
Yeah, she picks him up by the sheet, and she just carries him downstairs.
Karina sets the bucket to where the cleaning staff can find it and just follows sulking.
I'm just gonna take a moment to look at.
This could have been so much more hilarious.
What, taking a naked guy wrapped in a sheet being carried by a Goliath downstairs into public room isn't funny enough? I mean, hello?
I could have soaked him. I was gonna just throw the water on him in bed.
Okay, he's going.
That just would have pissed him off.
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. He's going to cast suggestion on you.
Oh no, she's got a negative.
He may not be physically strong, but he has strengths in other areas.
She's strong, but she's not too bright. You said a wisdom saving throw?
Oh lord.
Oh no.
This is like a case of...
As soon as you try and drag him out of his room. Okay. You have failed the wisdom saving throw.
You think?
That's an understatement.
So he says, "Put me down," and you put him down.
No, she lets go and drops him from nearly 4 feet in the air.
You can put him down however you want, but you do put him down.
Yes, she drops him onto the floor.
Her eyes just sort of glaze over and her hands open and just boom!
Yeah, because she was kind of like holding him like under her arm, like you would carry like a log or something, and she just lets her hand go. She let her arm go straight, and he just falls.
He does not actually react to the complete loss of dignity here. Stands up and goes back in his room and closes the door.
Something tells me this is a loss of dignity that he's experienced before.
You can't tell whether he locks it.
Alright, Karina grabs the bucket, puts it beside the wall for a moment, taps Namilla. Can we try my turn now?
No, because I need to check something. I need to check how the suggestion spell works.
He's already awake. You don't need to soak him. You're determined to soak him, though, aren't you?
Just a little.
So it's just the suggested course of action?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she sort of stands there confused as to why she dropped him.
Yeah, she kind of blinks and looks around and goes, "Where?" Yeah, use your bucket or whatever.
So she tests the door to see if it's locked.
It is locked.
She's gonna pick the lock.
Naturally.
Of course.
Namilla has taken a few steps back, so.
She flicks out her claws, smirks. Watch this. And she picks the lock.
Very nice. Have you got a stronger sleight of hand than Shell?
Gloves, honey.
Oh, that's right. I still think Shell should have got those. That would have been scary.
You definitely picked the lock.
She opens the door and stealthily goes in.
What you are faced with.
Don't! I just got an image of him bending over to pick up his clothes and she got a moon.
No, she has her eyes. She has the bucket in front of her.
What you are faced with, is Cameron bare ass naked, sprawled on the bed because he thought he had solved the problem.
Okay, enraged, she throws the water. Get your ass up before I go commander on you.
Get commander on the commando.
Okay.
If it had worked, Namilla was gonna take him down to the bar and flick the sheet open and just kind of throw him in the middle.
It would not remotely phase Cameron.
He's not.
No, it wouldn't have, but it would have woken him up and made him unable to go back to his room.
It genuinely would not even phase him that much. This is Cameron.
He's comfortable in his own skin. He could strut down the sidewalk naked and still think he looks gorgeous.
So, you dump the bucket of water on him.
Yep.
He sits up, glares at you, and casts suggestion again. Make a wisdom.
Wisdom save?
Yes.
He is not a morning person.
He's burning second spell slots for this.
She just kind of grins and flips him off.
Go away.
No.
Karina, if you wanted to see me naked this badly, you only had to ask.
Next bucket will be ice.
Let me sleep.
We need you downstairs.
For what? We're not dealing with the dragon until Kinwell finishes the arrow.
Oh no, I figured you could use your charms on the mayor. Now,
Believe me, if I could charm the mayor, I would have had more information for you yesterday.
well, yesterday you didn't have us here. Now, as much as I love staring at naked men, get dressed or I'm coming up with ice water next time. She walks out.
Cameron takes a moment to just be angry at the universe.
In his sopping wet bed.
And then does get dressed and join you. He could have tried suggestion again, but like, there's a point at which it's a little ridiculous.
Yeah.
Karina's already made it obscenely clear.
I mean, he has like 3 other spells he could have tried.
Also, Karina is a former soldier. She does not give a flying fiddly wink.
A significant portion of his spell list is very much...
coercion by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like somebody else I know.
But yeah, you have breakfast at the inn. Cameron joins you, unwillingly.
Shell just sort of looks up from her breakfast as Karina comes stomping down, and then looks up as Cameron comes.
Karina's not stomping. She's cat-footing. She's happy.
No, Namilla is stomping.
She just watches the parade of people coming down from Cameron's room, followed up by Cameron himself finally, with a face on him like thunder, and just, doesn't say anything. She just puts her head back down and shuffles food.
Cameron, he does take the time to dry off and get comfortable before getting dressed after having a bucket of water dumped on him, but he still looks sort of bedraggled and annoyed compared to his usual.
Yeah, his hair would still be a bit damp, as if he had a shower. Well, he did have a shower, it just wasn't his choice.
And as he comes down, Finn looks up at this and just starts laughing. Wow, you got him out of bed. The sun actually is not up yet. It's like, you know how in winter the sun doesn't always come up until like 7 in the morning?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's that sort of morning.
Bit foggy because of the cold air. Yeah.
So Finn is just like, wow, you actually got him up before sunrise.
She just kind of grins and bares her teeth. I've dealt with lazy soldiers before. I may not be a commander, but I know how to handle them.
Finn's just laughing to himself over his breakfast.
She sits down, orders a little bit of fish breakfast if there is any.
This is a coastal town.
Yeah, I was going to say there were some wharfs there, so fish should be on the menu.
And while there has not been pretty much any ability for ships to come in and out of town, that's part of why the town is so crowded. There's still some degree of fishing able to happen, even in this weather.
Our best bet to catch the mayor is to catch her off guard.
I don't want to catch her at anything. I just want to ask her some questions.
Well, do you really think she's going to be out and about with a dragon with a grudge against her family?
I didn't say she was going to be out and about either. I'm going straight to her mansion.
Well, she's not going to let us in. We have to kind of pull an old stunt. At this, she kind of just grins at Shalia.
No, I'm pretty sure she's going to let us in.
We're here to destroy the dragon that's harassing her town. I'm pretty sure she's going to be happy to see us.
If you say so.
If not,
You tried and
They're
failed to
waiting.
catch an arrow yesterday. I don't think your decision-making process is working at the moment.
At that, she just kind of cuts you a small, not quite unamused glare, but just a drop it.
A slight squint eye.
Yeah, cat squint.
Everything all right there, Devin?
Hmm?
You're missing from the... Oh, there it goes. Okay.
no.
He was probably refreshing.
I was tabbed out, but weird.
Roll 20 is strange, apparently. Good to know.
This is roll 20. And you're asking questions? Anyway. So, slight
Plenty of time.
disagreement aside.
Anyways, are we heading to the mansion?
I guess so.
Yes, we are.
Namilla digs in her shirt and pulls out her like badge card thing that she has.
Oh,
Why
from the
don't you
tape.
have one of those, Finn?
Hmm?
Why don't you have one of those?
Technically,
He
I
does, in a
think-
sense.
I think it's in my bunk at the player's take. I don't.
We also have something a little bit more,
I mean, we've
I guess,
got.
permanent.
Yeah, well, we
We've
do have
got
a big
the
ass
drink.
tattoo on our shoulder.
Point.
This is just a hell of a lot easier than taking your shirt off every time someone asks who's you're with.
Less fun though, Cameron.
Less fun, but easier. And with that, she goes and knocks on the mansion door.
Karina wisely goes silent, as if she's sulking.
Yeah, that's not wisely, that's just sulking.
So you knock on the mayor's mansion door.
Yes.
Moment passes. Another moment. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Like the sound of 4 or 5 separate locks opening. And then finally, the door opens. And there is a young woman, maybe 22 or so, human, in servant's clothes, basically. I'm sorry, the mayor isn't...
Good afternoon, miss. I'm the Miller Kratzker. I'm with Slayer's Take, the Dangerous Targets Unit. Is the mayor home? And as she's speaking, she shows the card.
Yeah.
Shell just raises an eyebrow with a very business-like manner that this Goliath is suddenly put on.
This servant basically went quiet as she took in the state of your group. It is very clear what's happening here even before you pulled the badge out. I don't think the mayor is particularly inclined to receive guests.
We're not guests, lady.
Okay, we've already had our pleasantries in this town. We just want to ask a few questions.
Particularly given that it is only just past sunrise, I'm afraid.
Well,
But
from what I understand, the dragon doesn't keep hours, so neither do we.
But I think, given the circumstances, she'll be willing to forgive me if I bring you to her.
If not, I can always try to wake her up.
Honestly, even if she doesn't, I don't like this job anyway.
And Manila gives a wink.
She leads you to where the mayor is sitting in her dining room eating breakfast. The mayor is a pale, half-elven woman with light blonde hair and very... She looks like she was naturally thin to begin with, and like she hasn't been taking particularly good care of herself for what you would surmise is about a month.
Having a dragon in town will do that.
Thin and visibly stressed. The dining room, it is reasonably ornate. It's not like palace ornate, but it is a low end of upper class manner sort of dining room. It's nice.
But not
more
opulent.
importantly, it is decorated with a handful of portraits on the walls, including, directly behind the mayor, a portrait of a human man, pale skin, light blonde hair, in heavy armor, made of blue dragon scale.
Ah,
Good morning, miss. I'm sorry I interrupted your breakfast. My name is Miss Kratzker. I'm with the Slayer's Take, and she shows the card. We have a few questions for you.
You're wondering why it's here.
that would be a good start, yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
I suspect you can guess from the contents of this room.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure wearing its parents would make it pretty cranky, yes.
Just a wee bit.
Quite some time ago, my father was a mercenary sort, not unlike yourselves. He went far south of here on his adventures.
Manila has pulled out a flip notebook and is taking notes like a detective would.
Yeah, unfortunately, dragons live long lives and have even longer memories.
From what I gather, and he didn't tend to tell stories about this, so this is more from what the dragon has claimed, as it insists upon taking these lands as its own. But from what I can gather, he went into the lair of a female blue dragon.
Oh dear.
I don't know why. Very possibly she was causing as much havoc as the one here. Very possibly she was simply there. My father was fond of corn.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Did you say fond of corn?
Coin. Money.
She scratches out a word in her notebook and writes down. Do go on.
Are all of you sure this is the person who should be taking notes?
He's not the only one.
Regardless, I don't know why my father did this. But I do know that he did indeed kill the mother of a clutch of blue dragon wormlings.
Oops.
So in other words, your father made a mistake. Got it.
The dragon has decided that as recompense for the loss of his mother, a very long time ago now, that any land my family holds is his. I am my father's only child, and the only land I hold is Fjaraheim.
I see.
Given the option of paying tithe to the dragon or allowing him to continue ravaging the town, we pay.
Makes sense.
And you see her reach for what is very clearly vodka with breakfast.
She's day drunk already.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, miss, I didn't quite catch your name.
That would be because I haven't given her one.
Ah, okay. Never mind.
She's the mayor. She has not given you her name, because she currently doesn't have one.
And, Madam Mayor.
60% of this story is made up on the spot.
It's the best stories. Now, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
you're positive the only reason for this is some family grudge.
The impression I got is that this is a dragon that is looking for territory and chose to take it by settling a grudge.
I think the grudge is
I see.
actually more of an excuse because, let's face it, it's a dragon. It's going to do what it wants. It probably ate its own siblings and is now, just lording it over you.
Namilla looks at the portrait of the man wearing the dragon armor again, and points to it with the pencil that she's holding, and goes, and I suppose you wouldn't happen to have that still, would you?
Unfortunately, no. My father died at sea.
I see.
Shockingly, when a man is as fond of coin as he was, he doesn't tend to stop adventuring. There's some underlying bitterness there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, ma'am, we will endeavor our best to get rid of this pest in your town.
I do hope someone else is paying you for that, because the city's coffers are not doing well. Good luck.
I personally cannot speak, but there are contracts out. However, after this, we will be having a discussion about the accommodations in your city.
If they are
Now she sounds kind of bitter.
they are unfortunately incredibly full. There has been repeated attacks on any ship attempting to leave town. And multiple houses burned. Because apparently lightning is very good at setting fires to thatch roofs.
Namilla snaps her fingers that spark a bit. Yes, I'm well aware.
Good luck. You may leave now. I would like to finish my breakfast.
Come
Is
on,
that what they call it?
let's go.
When you say that, she just salutes you with the vodka.
Yeah, Namilla gets that.
She is completely out of give a shit. It's been a very long month for the mayor in particular.
Yeah, this seems like it's now her regular routine,
We will
is
give you a
vodka and
prize.
eggs for breakfast. Light on the eggs.
Well, my colleagues and I will keep you apprised of our progress. Though, honestly, the only check-in you'll get is when we say we've defeated the dragon.
I'm fairly certain the whole city will celebrate.
With that, and then Milla walks out.
Yeah, she'll
She's heard all
leave.
she needs to know.
She'll leave shaking her head.
Karina just shrugs and walks off.
Yeah, okay, this sucks on a number of levels. Like I said, dragons aren't very family orientated. It doesn't really care that its parent was killed. Like I said, it probably ate its own siblings. But that means that...
Actually, on that note, because you did read the dragon book and roll, I don't even remember how high,
Exceptionally high.
absurdly high on your check while reading it, you would know that while most dragons are not particularly familial, and especially chromatic dragons are not especially family oriented, blue dragons have a surprising level of loyalty to both their families and to anyone they choose as theirs, minions and so forth.
Right. Well, next up, I suppose, is talking to that bard and seeing if he can draw us a map of the lair.
Unfortunately, I'm right here.
Ah, yes, that's right.
Someone dumped a bucket of water on me to insist upon it.
Wouldn't have happened if someone had just gotten up when
Before
someone
sunrise.
nicely asked.
Before sunrise. You're all insane.
There is a dragon destroying the city.
Yes, which is why we should sleep while we can.
I tell you what, you can sleep if the dragon wins, because we'll all be dead.
I was just going to say, only the dead sleep
No,
well.
that-
And if we win, that you can sleep as much as you want, because there won't be a dragon destroying the city.
I'm looking at Cameron's spells.
I was just thinking, he's either trying to nut out that logic, or he's...
I should have known when you went quiet, you were looking for a way to harass Namilla.
There's some payback coming.
There's just this moment where Cameron is staring at you and you can just feel the animosity.
See the wheels turning in
Yeah, the calculation behind
their
it.
life miserable.
Yep.
How can I annoy her as much as possible without doing actual physical damage?
He's contemplating actual physical damage.
Contemplating physical damage.
He thinks it's too much work.
Yeah, that's always a turn-off. Work. Anyway, my point is, whether or not this dragon cared about its parent, we're not going to be able to negotiate with it, despite Cameron's best efforts. Which only leaves us either A, driving it off, which is never going to work, it will come back, or B, yes, killing it. Yay, us.
You folks couldn't have just went and killed some owlbears, could you?
Finn just looks at you like you're crazy. Why would you kill owlbears? They're adorable.
Because they're worth coin.
We travel with 2 giant tigers and a dire wolf. Coin with those creatures is a different story.
Like, the only reason I'd kill an owlbear is if it started it.
Most of the time they do.
Fair. Not like we didn't have polar bear for breakfast recently.
Yes.
It started it.
And I finished it.
You sure did.
Alright, let's get back to the tavern and try
Anyways,
and plan this thing out because...
At Finn mentioning that he had polar bear for breakfast, the face of disgust that Cameron makes. Just absolute horror. And a horrifying moment of, oh god, I'm related to this asshole. What is wrong with him?
Not only does he
We
get up
live
early in the morning, he
outside.
eats bear. What did you say?
We live rough. We don't live in to inn. We're not a traveling entertainer. You provide your service, we provide ours.
I don't know. You guys are pretty entertaining, and you do travel.
Unfortunately, the sort of entertainment Finn provides, people don't pay for. Cameron's just very much suggesting that the entertainment Finn provides is in mocking him.
Uh-huh.
It's really very hard for me to roleplay both Finn and Cameron at the same time. Because my instinct with roleplay is to just open my mouth and let whatever come out. And then I have to explain who just said that.
Right. Let's get back, and let's see if we can't get something sketched up of this lair. The more information we can go in with, the better.
Yeah, we need a solid
I
plan.
think this might be the point at which I probably should tell you. Didn't try and run it off in its lair. I'm not that crazy.
Well, that's a relief.
No, you just tried to talk to it.
It was in town accepting gold from this nonsense, and he gestures towards the mayor's house. And I thought,
You mean it
Can't-
comes to collect its tribute?
it did at first.
At first.
It took some offense. It took some offense to me trying to convince it to leave.
So it
So
doesn't
now-
come into town anymore.
Yeah.
Damn.
Someone goes every so often to the outside of its lair, but no one in town has actually been in it.
So, at least we know where the lair is. How far away from town is it?
An easy walk, fairly. It's, you know those cliffs at the wharf? If you go down along the beach, it is living inside those cliffs. A bit of a ways.
Still fairly close to town. It might spot us if we try and lay a trap for it. This is going to be difficult.
Would much rather fight it outside of its lair than in if we could. but I don't think that's going to happen. After Mr. Pacifist here talked to it, it probably got a little clever and stayed inside.
Would it be clear to Cameron that you're calling him a pacifist?
She probably
I don't know, would it?
She probably pointed a thumb at him over his shoulder.
She kind of pointed at him, thanks to Mr. Pacifist over here.
Yeah. It was not subtle.
See, what is the most dangerous thing he has?
Are you going to continue riling up my team, or are we going to get and suss out this plan?
Well, there's not much of a plan other than go attack the dragon, considering we know virtually nothing about its lair.
And that's the dumbest plan I've ever heard.
Better than you blind and I'll attack.
Yeah, well, she makes plans, but we haven't got enough information to make a solid plan, but yes.
Pacifist? Really? That's what you're going with here? I mean, we can't...
You do know what an exaggeration is, right?
We can't all be muscle-bound idiots. I'm gonna need you to make a wisdom save, by the way.
Are you casting vicious mockery?
Yes. Muscle-bound idiots. But shockingly, society generally prefers, civilized people. You do make the save.
Impressive. Nicely done.
Don't take any... That's amazing.
Now, with vicious mockery, they know they were, charmed, right? Or they know they were, attempted a spell, right?
It adds power to the words so they feel dejected. If it works.
It is not subtle that he's trying to
insult
you a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Cameron's a little pissed at you and me.
You are going to have to do worse than muscle-bound idiots.
I'm sorry.
As I have heard that one before, thank you.
Did that go over your head? That's not vicious mockery, that's just Cameron
That's him being a dick.
I really want to make a Guardians of the Galaxy reference and go, nothing would go over my head, I would catch it.
Oh, Rex.
But Namilla's not that, oblivious, so I can't. But I so would if I could. Just know, if she had, one less point of wisdom, or maybe one less point of intelligence, I would do it.
Shell just basically face palms and walks off back to the tavern. She's had enough of idiots for one day, and it's only 9 in the morning.
Cameron just disengages with this nonsense and goes back to the 5 Dogs Inn.
Yeah, and Namilla is just done.
But he has made a mental note of who will not be given bardic inspiration against the dragon.
Don't piss off your bard!
Okay, it's okay. Okay.
Realistically, you probably weren't getting it anyway, but now it's deliberate.
I was gonna say, that would require a good bard to give us bardic inspiration. We would need someone who's actually decent at that.
Oh,
He's decent! He's just a bit like Quinry, he's not a decent guy. Especially when you're in his bad books. He's alright if you're in his good books.
Cameron has very specific priorities going to the dragon fight.
Most of them
You're
revolve around
not-
Cameron.
You're not on the list of priorities. Like, you're not in the bottom of the list. You're not on the list.
Not even an afterthought.
It's a long fall. A lot can happen in a dragon fight.
Yep.
And if he's going to be standing back towards the edge, away from the battle, well... But hey, Namilla is a professional. She wouldn't possibly attempt to murder someone because she didn't like them, or they insulted her, or anything like that. No.
You have genuinely made a character that is one wrong move away from being shredded by the party at any given moment.
I mean, as like an outsider, that's kind of the whole point.
It's amazing. I love it.
She shows her like self in battle more than she does in social interactions.
She's more socially inept than Shell. I mean, come on. She makes Shell look good.
Very
Well,
funny.
look, on assignment, she's usually hunting monsters, so she's not having to talk to people. The most conversation she usually has to do is like the accepting of the contract and the finishing of it.
You don't need a lot of etiquette
like
to
it.
smack her head in.
Very fun.
Yeah, she hides in snowbanks for weeks at a time. I don't think she's gonna be the best with people. I bring to apologize.
Well, that sounds familiar.
I do want to make sure you're very aware that there's
Oh, I am very aware.
that I can't promise Namila survives any of her poor life choices.
That's alright. Namilla can't promise that she'll survive any of her poor life choices either. To die in battle is one of the best things that like can happen in her plan. So
I'm just saying I hope you have a backup character.
I will after this session, so
Because so far, this is her second session and she's managed to piss off every member of the Alpen Breast family she's interacted with. Kind of briefly.
ooh, I just realized my backup character is probably gonna be worse than Namilla.
Is that even possible?
You may want to backup character.
My backup character is gonna be Landrazi. I'm gonna make a copy of her and level her up to level 6.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying this.
I exist to make conflict because conflict is content.
We've had a lot of content this morning.
I was told this party was a little too stale, so I'm here to spice things up.
This is gonna devolve into PvP combat at some point. I know it is.
It may or may not. It's gotten really close to it already. If she had taken damage with Vicious Mockery, it might have.
Oh boy.
Actually, no, if she had taken damage with Vicious Mockery, it would have evolved into combat.
I hope you've got a backup character, Zoe.
Well, there's the fun thing, because this is why I am warning Devin about this. Finn he doesn't like Cameron. This is his annoying little brother.
But it's his
Yeah, but it's his little brother.
Yeah, it's his brother. Like, I get this.
Nobody else can beat up on my brother but me.
Like, contract aside, 60% of why Finn is here is Cameron poked a dragon.
Wonderful.
So, you head back to the inn.
Again.
And at this point there is...
Oh boy.
basically... by the way, all these teams did not go with you to the mayor's house. They are checking into what sort of supplies they can purchase in town.
Good plan.
They are avoiding conflict.
This is that is too damn many people. And dealing with all of them at once when we're not in the middle of combat is going to give me a headache.
Oh yes.
Dealing with this many people at once is getting a little iffy at times.
Overwhelming.
Mostly just back and forth between Finn and Cameron is difficult. But we come back to the inn. There's not really a lot that can be accomplished at this point 8 in the morning. Maybe 8:30. It's a horrifying hour.
Yeah, it's early.
You can't go fight the dragon yet. The arrow isn't done.
No. Another 2 days. We still have to make a plan. Just walking into its lair and shooting at it isn't going to be a plan.
True.
Well then, someone's gonna have to go up there and look at the lair first.
I'm the sneakiest. I guess that leaves it to me, doesn't it? Only problem is dragons know you're there whether you're sneaky or not. Urgh, I hate dragons.
Okay, on that note, actually, Finn pipes up at this point. On that note, actually, I'm gonna go see whether there's any sort of jeweler in town because we're gonna need diamonds for resurrection.
It's a good thing you learned that spell.
This is gonna go so badly.
Not if we attack it strategically.
It's a dragon.
It just means we'll all die twice instead of 3 times.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I need to remind you people that dragons are capable of defeating entire armies.
So Finn splits off and goes to go look for diamonds. I will determine what he actually manages to find after the session, basically.
Right. Well, since we don't know what the lair looks like yet, we need to think broadly, generally. Dragons' attacks tend to spread, especially their breath attacks, correct? Namilla looks at Chow.
Lightning is the only one that doesn't have a cone of effect. It's a single straight blast. But it's a powerful blast.
So it can only really target one of us at a time.
Yes, which is why Karina's very wise comment about not standing in a line.
Right.
Said it in a droll way that
Right,
sort of
everyone, cards
indicates
on the
why.
table. If there's any super special things that you may or may not be able to do, probably would be a good time to say it.
I can shoot it in the eye. I just need some. I've got one dragon killing arrow and some adamantium arrows. I just want to hang around and wait for that second arrow because the more times I can hit it, the more injured it's going to be. But there's no way I'm going to be able to one-shot a dragon.
If we can blind it, we can basically take away its lightning attack because it probably won't be able to hit us.
No. So that's going to be my first action.
Right. I can likely than not drops fire for one, maybe two attacks. Give you guys a window of opportunity. And
Shall?
You're back. The sound disappeared for a bit there.
Yeah, that's kind of why we all went quiet, was like, what's going on?
Anyway, yeah, so blinding it is going to be our first course of action. After that, well, before that, I mean, hello, and we just can't walk up to its lair and go, hey, we're here to kill you.
no, but the lair is set into a cliff, right?
Yes.
If we can climb up to the top of the cliff and get right over where the lair is, we can use rope to climb down as far as we can, and then I can cast Featherfall on 5 of us. We can drop down, lure the dragon out, and with that we can have the people above in a flanking position to catch it by surprise.
You do know dragons fly, and it will just probably fly off to a vantage point that it feels comfortable with.
Not if it thinks we're easy enough targets.
If you're going to do that, you're going to have to ground the dragon somehow.
Speaking of flying, Cameron just gestures with the loot that he has been sort of gently strumming on while you all plan. This is a doff loot. I can cast fly on most of us if we need it.
Well, I have my boots, and Namilla taps her shoes, and the little wings pop out. Little like golden wings pop out of the shoes.
I actually have a pair of those as well.
Might be a good time to put them on. So there's two of us that can just fly pretty much for the entire battle.
Well, for 4 hours at least, anyway. My biggest problem with this is
The battle
going...
lasts longer than 4 hours.
We're dead anyway, yeah. Is going in the front door. I'd really rather prefer we found a back door. I like the idea of climbing up the cliff face. There's got to be smaller chambers and tunnels and airways leading into the dragon's den for ventilation and stuff, not just the big front door. But if we can sneak in the back door somehow and maybe flank it in its lair, that might offer that opportunity that you're hoping for.
If there's going to be an air shaft or anything like that, it is most likely going to be at the top of the cliff. And it'll probably present as a sinkhole or a well that's fallen through or something like that. So I think we're going to have to do some exploring if we want to find an advantage here.
And we need every advantage we can get.
I don't have any attuned items or anything to pick from. Why not?
Your, oh yeah, because your winged boot should be attuned, shouldn't they?
Yeah.
There's some weird glitches with inventory and what's equipped at the moment on D&D Beyond.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Because I'm pretty sure I had something in there that, a couple of things. I've got a necklace and calathane that I've tuned into.
Yeah. It should be in there. It should be in your inventory. But for some reason, things that are in your inventory are not equipped.
I don't think anything is
At
equipped.
the moment?
Look at this, yeah. Nothing is equipped. There we go.
Yeah. When I opened up Kinwell and also Finn, none of the equipment was equipped. It was very strange.
Weird, yeah. Well, I know they were doing some updates with, like, the containers and stuff. I wonder if that accidentally unequipped everything.
Yeah.
Because I think they were trying to do some refinements or something to it last month.
Okay, so that's why I haven't put the boots on yet, because I've got the Amulet of Health, the armour, and calathane equipped and tuned. I have to take one of them off to put the winged boots on. So I
And
will...
unfortunately, they're very necessary.
Exactly.
Can I carry someone with the boots? Because it doesn't mention anything about, like, weight or carrying someone or something.
She's a halfling. You could probably carry her quite easily with the boots, yeah.
You can definitely carry someone insofar as you can carry someone any other time.
Yeah. That's it, you're a Goliath. You could pick her up quite easily.
It does make it a little difficult to attack, however. So it's not a battle strategy.
But it could
but it will get us
a
if
better
we
position.
Yeah, if we find a ledge or something to shoot down from, also finding a shaft to get down into the back end of the lair. You know, that it'd be useful for that. And then Featherfall for the other guys.
I have a feeling. Never dealt with dragons before, but I have a feeling they wouldn't fly blind, would they? It seems like a big risk for them.
It depends on the dragon.
If we injure it enough
I can
and...
get you down. If I could get you down into the lair using a ventilation shaft if we find one, if we can blind it, we can probably get it outside, or even get it to run into one of its own traps if it gets disoriented enough.
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking. We can't really sneak up on it, but we can come in the back while it's distracted with others at the front. And, definitely do a sneak attack and blind the thing to up our advantage on attacking it.
Yeah, if we can get rid of its ability to fly reliably, that would be a huge advantage for us. Hell, even if we can just get rid of its ability to see.
Dragons have insight. They can detect where you are anyway, whether it's blinded or not. But its ability to fly would be compromised, yes.
Yeah, I'll say, can they detect objects? So that was my question. That would be the issue.
No, it'll still know where you are, and it could still attack you, but it wouldn't be able to fly without crashing into the cliff or something like that.
Arcana check. Both of you, but specifically Shao.
Advantage, because she's read the book?
Yes. Blue dragons have blind sight.
Which is what I said.
Would both of us know that, I'm guessing, or just Shao?
That's what Shell was saying. They have, they can
Blind
detect you.
sight potentially. Oh, it's one of those stupid things that's like 5 million pages long.
I hate when they're 5 million pages long.
I just want to share the text of blind sight, not every single sense in the game.
A monster with blind sight can perceive its surroundings without relying on sight within a specific radius.
Yeah, so
just surroundings in general, which is an issue.
Yeah.
The more you think about it, Shao, the more you realize blinding it is not going to be a significant advantage to anyone within about 60 feet of it, and it's not going to disorient it.
So would it still fly?
Oh yeah, it'd still fly. So if we're going to sneak in, we're going to have to go for a big damage attack and get its health down as much as we can, because blinding it isn't going to be a useful option.
DM mechanic question, since I've never gone up against a dragon before. If Namilla was to take the Giant Slayer battle axe, which I know it doesn't go against dragons, it doesn't have like any bonus to it.
It is still a battle axe.
It's still a big ass axe. Could she try to chop a wing at the joint?
Yeah, you can damage its physical structure to prevent it from flying.
Yeah, because if we could damage a wing enough, it wouldn't be able to fly. Which is the whole point of the sneak attack, is to either damage it a bunch or get rid of one of its
advantages, flying being one of them.
Big advantages, which flight would be a big one, yeah.
Yeah, if I can shoot a adamantium arrow into one of its shoulders, wing shoulders or wings, and damage its wings, that might be a damaging ability.
Am I making any noise tapping my mic?
There you are, yes.
You are now.
You can certainly try to damage its wing,
But we have one more problem.
but in order to damage its wing, you would be in its personal space, the same as any other attack on it. And if you are trying to do that as a stealth mission before fighting it?
No, I'm talking about the fight. That's
Okay.
that's sort of the opening move is to, or during the fight even, to aim at its wings. Because
I will say, after reading that book, you would know that if you are facing a dragon in its lair, it is probably not leaving the lair until you are removed from its lair.
it's a small squishy pile of paste. Yeah.
And also from existence, preferably.
That sounds deeply painful.
So there's not real. Like, you can try to come up with a scenario where you damage it and it is trapped outside of its lair. But it's not likely. Like, I'm loving all the planning you're doing. But
Well, it's because otherwise the plan is just to go smack it.
Yeah, there is no plan.
Yeah, we don't have any other plan except we need to smack it as much as possible before it smacks us.
Like,
Yeah, because it's got a, oh my god, it's got a passive perception of 22.
Yikes.
damaging the wings is a good idea just because, and this is a bit of a spoiler, but just because of the size of the cavern that it lives in.
Yeah, I didn't think it'd be a small tight lair. It's a huge lair. But we're either going to have to lay a trap and lure it to a spot we want to fight it, or we're going to have to go to it, either in its lair or at its front door.
Yeah, and it's immune to lightning, which is like Namilla's like strongest combat spell is Witch Bolt,
Which will not affect it at
which
all.
is a lightning attack. Yeah, the only other one she could possibly do was Thunder Wave, and yeah, because that's thunder damage. Okay, but still, that's not nearly as strong as
It's not going to do a lot of damage against the dragon.
Yeah, none of her spells are. I mean, oh god, and it's got frightful presence, and
And it can dig.
Yeah, they tunnel
and it
under.
can dig, it can burrow.
Yeah.
Would was the book that Shao read basically the entry for this? Like, would it have all the information that like the entry on D&D Beyond has?
Pretty similar to it, yes.
Okay, so have like the effects that like Dragon Lair has? Like would she know that there's thunderstorms around the lair and that the air shafts are actually in reality too narrow for us to get down?
I think at this point everyone knows that there are thunderstorms around the lair because the snowstorm you traveled in started
Yeah, because it was like
as you got closer.
yeah, it was like 6 miles, right?
Yeah. It's not quite that intense yet.
Yeah. Okay, so it's still like setting up its lair, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Okay.
On top of that, this is on the much younger end of adult dragon. It is barely grown and kind of pissed off.
It's a teenager. With daddy issues. Mummy issues.
Like,
Oh my god, Namilla is so close to just saying, you know what, never mind, and leave.
Shell's already up to that point. She hated this idea from the very beginning, by the way.
Yeah, it's like, does this town really need to exist? Like,
It's a valid reaction. I just want to point out to you, because you weren't there for this. Finn's reaction to hearing about this contract was to look at Karina like she had lost her mind.
Shell's reaction was, we're gonna die.
This thing literally spawns air elementals within a 6-mile radius of its, like, lair.
Again, it's had this lair for a month, so...
Oh yeah, but I assume eventually it would get to that point.
Most of the lair actions aren't going to be available to it. I haven't decided which ones it has yet. So, you don't know either.
That's probably a dice roll. As to whether Shell would know if the air vents were big enough or not, she's small, she probably thinks in forms of she's going to be able to fit through one anyway. And,
okay, because it just says narrow, I don't know how narrow. I'm guessing, like, sewer, like, manhole cover large?
She's a halfling, she could fit through a crack.
Yeah, fair enough.
She's also a thief, used to sliding through small spaces. So, yeah, sneaking in the back door is actually her, what she does.
You use thieves' tools and lockpick our way.
No, but sneaking around, certainly. She's not very keen on just walking up to its front door. But, like I said...
That's what Namilla would have to do.
Yeah!
Namilla's not going to fit down one of the air tubes.
She's not, yeah. She's not small. But yeah, it's going to have to be a choice here of whether we go to its lair and fight it inside its lair, going through the front door, and maybe Shell sliding down one of the air vents and hitting it from behind.
Oh, right, I have decided which layer action it does.
Oh boy.
Oh, wonderful.
Or the second option is to lay a trap somewhere out in the open or in a canyon or something where we can throw a chain net over it or something and keep it down for a small amount of time at least.
We're thinking about this the wrong way, guys. I don't think we can go to the dragon. There's no way we're gonna be able to fight it on its home ground. You know, I mean, we're going to die basically anyways, but in its home territory, it's gonna be even quicker.
Well, that's it. I'd rather pick the territory and lay a trap for it somehow.
Didn't you mention something about these dragons being oddly familial? Familial? How far do you think that grudge against the mayor goes?
We're going to use the mayor as bait?
Oh, that's going to go well.
Look, at this point I'd use an orphanage for bait if I thought I could get us the dragon.
With you, yes, I believe that.
If we can get the dragon out of the lair and into a spot we have control over, we need to control the battlefield. We need to have the high ground.
Very definitely.
Or at the very least, know the ground we're on. We need to set a trap for it, yeah. But we have to get a premise that would something that would draw the dragon out. Because at this point, it has no reason to leave.
Cattle buffet?
No, because he said even with the jewels and stuff that they're dropping off at the front of the lair, it doesn't leave its lair anymore. So yeah, we need something that it's going to want to come out for. We couldn't get hold of that armor that we could lure it out with.
I know. The scent of its parents would have drawn it out for sure.
All right, muscle girl. I'm liking the concept,
But
but I don't think using the mayor as bait is going to work on any possible level.
We're not using the mayor as bait. We're using the premise of the mayor as bait. The dragon won't know the mayor is not there until it's too late.
Which is good because the mayor's not likely to agree to being bait. But
No, and if not,
she doesn't have to. You just have to give her enough wine or whatever she was drinking to make her.
I was gonna say whack her upside the head and tie her up, but yes, wine works too.
the problem with this plan is if the dragon wanted the mayor dead, he's been
Exactly.
there.
He could have done it anyway. I mean, he could have blasted the whole town if he wanted that done. We need something else to lure him. Obviously, dragons like treasure, but that doesn't seem to be an issue here. He's got enough, and he won't come out.
Like
Shao,
currently-
you nailed it. You got it. The armor.
That's what I said. If we could get hold of that armor, that his mother's skin.
We don't need
That's
the armor.
Oh, that's genius! I can cast an illusion. Maybe
We need him to think the armor is here.
Hang on. Give me a moment.
He doesn't need to smell
I do think
it.
Cameron has at least one illusion spell that can do that.
Yeah, it just needs to mimic either the scent or the appearance. I don't think we need both. Does he have prestidigitation?
He doesn't. Cameron,
Oh, come on, man.
do illusions. I know you do illusions. What is this?
I mean, I think Shelley's actually wearing blue scale armor, isn't she?
Sure.
It's light armor, so it's lightning resistance light armor, so it wouldn't have dragon scales on it, no.
No.
True.
No.
Something she is suddenly very thankful for.
So we can't bring the actual armor, but if we can somehow get it to think,
Oh! Quinry
like,
has
armor
minor
has been
illusion.
recovered,
What does minor illusion do?
would that be enough?
Can create an image of an object.
So is it only
It'll last for a minute.
A minute?
Yeah, that's probably not strong enough.
Yeah, I think we would need something like prestidigitation, because
something
that's
that's
the one
a
that actually
little
like
bit
does
more.
the senses.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is wild because that's like a minor spell apparently. Yeah, it's a cantrip, but interesting none of us have it.
Just seeing what else he has. Most of what he has is dispel magic and counter spells. Well, we've still got another 2 days before we get that arrow. Can somebody learn that, perhaps?
I feel like it's, don't look at me. All the magic I know is either to give myself some more life or hit things. I don't know the finer arts, unfortunately. Yeah.
Let's see. Silent image. No.
However, Mr. Cameron, and she looks over to him, I did hear tell that prestidigitation is rather common for the musically inclined, no?
Like, he...
Could he learn it, though? Like, it's a bard spell, I know, but, like...
He probably could.
As a character, could he learn it in 2 days?
I mean, realistically, the only reason he doesn't have it is because he has dancing lights to make himself flashier on stage.
Right.
Yeah, well, we're not flashing the dragon here. We need that spell.
Like, his cantrips are dancing lights, friends, and vicious mockery. But I would say he could learn it, yes.
Like a panic learn. Yeah. Nothing motivates you more to study for an exam than, like, impending death.
Right, so if Dancing Boy here learns that spell in the next 2 days, meanwhile we scout the area around town and stuff, and find a location that we can set this up, and maybe just spread the word that we've got the armour. Maybe he'll hear a rumour of it. We don't want him to hear about it before we've got
shipwreck
the...
was...
Yeah. We don't want him to hear about it
The
too
shipwreck
soon,
was
though.
discovered and the armor was found.
Yeah.
There's only one issue with all this. We don't know what scent to mimic.
We don't
If
have
we were to
to
mimic
mimic
the
the
scent.
smell, it's just...
The sight?
Yeah, the sight of it, and with the rumour that it's his mother's dragon scale armour. He'll come out to investigate. We don't need him to see it and sniff it and stand there for a while. We just need him to be there, land, and then we throw a net on him and make the ground collapse, do something. But we need to figure out that part of the plan too.
Yeah, now we need a trap. We need something.
Because that's the lure. Yeah, now we need the trap.
Yeah. Now that Namilla no longer feels hopeless, she's taken out a notebook.
She didn't notice it again.
Yeah. Now that she's like no longer felt hopeless about the plans, and this one actually feels like worth like noting down.
Okay. On that note, unfortunately, we're gonna have to end here with stage 1 of the plan.
Hey, it's more than we had.
Yep.
Well,
And also, because you are genuinely coming up with a way that might actually get him out of his lair.
see, look, all together we've got like 3 brain cells.
It's working.
I just want to point out, I don't have a map for Battle Dragon on the shoreline. I have a map for the dragon's lair.
Well, Shell did mention a canyon.
Yeah, and there's the beach outside the cliffs. The sand would be a good spot for that because
I'd really rather not fight him on sand because he can burrow through the sand.
He's gonna be able to burrow through just about anything except for solid rock, though, right?
Which is why I keep saying a canyon.
He can burrow through just about anything. It's a blue dragon.
Yeah, so I don't think location's gonna matter burrowing-wise too much.
It's going to be very difficult to trap him.
Okay. We can figure out where we want to trap him after we get a trap set up.
If he's tangled up in chains or something like that, he can't burrow those.
Yeah. If we can.
We need to like ensnare it or entangle it. He probably will get loose and burrow away, but if we can get enough damage on him while he's trapped, while he's entangled.
Yeah. So I think we have homework now, right?
We do. Oh,
Did we just assign ourselves homework?
Great.
Find a way to trap the dragon before next session.
Good luck.
Gee, thanks, DM.
I just want to point out, this is a blue dragon. They are known for being intelligent for
Sounds gone again.
and and then you're going to get a very angry dragon.
There you're back again.
Wait,
I missed all of that.
Very angry dragon in the lair.
I missed all of that. I got to this is a blue dragon, and then you're going to have a very angry dragon. So the sound went again.
Sylvain is saying we're going to die.
We already knew that.
I'm not actually worried about you dying.
Oh, good. I'm worried about us dying.
Exactly.
I'll be honest, during this whole planning session, I literally just listened, and there was no input from Karina, really. She has nothing to say. She's enjoying the plan.
But, yeah, you're dealing with a dragon with an intelligence of 16 and a burrow speed of 30 feet.
Yeah, it's not going to fail those saving throws. Put it this way.
Not unless they roll in that one.
And also,
Well, even if it fails, it doesn't have that legendary action that literally lets it.
Yeah, it can choose
do
to
a saving
succeed.
throw.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 3 of them or something.
And also, it has a passive perception of 22.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna remind you how Namila's last trap went.
Well, to be fair, she wasn't trying to hide the trap from something with a high perception.
Yes.
She was trying to hide it from a giant.
A little worried about this plan going over in a you've managed to anger the dragon even worse than expected sort of way.
Yes, but we would anger it outside of its lair.
There's a non-zero chance that if you piss it off enough, it will pick one of you that's the most annoying and take you back to its lair.
Bye, Namila.
Yeah, probably.
Either way, I still think
it's like
luring it out with the thought of this armour, if that's what its grudge is about, then that's the best lure we have of getting it someplace.
Yeah.
Whether it's real or not, it's still going to want to check it out.
It's the way that puts us all in the least amount of danger for at least a little bit of time. Because
Yeah.
any other way would involve us going into the lair,
Yeah,
and that would be a disaster before we probably even got to the dragon.
that's it. Like I said, I prefer to go in the back door if we go in at all, but even that's not a very good option. I prefer not to go in at all. So,
I'd rather just not go into the lair.
yeah. So, yeah.
By the way, I am mildly annoyed that I haven't had a proper opportunity to drop the dragon's name into this at any point. Like, the only one that actually knows it is the mayor, and she's too busy drinking.
She's too drunk to care.
Honestly, we could just drag the mare out. Like, I don't think she'd notice what's going on until it was too late.
And to be honest, we're here to kill a dragon, not to make friends with it. We really don't know what. We really don't care what its name is.
I think it's a great name personally, but that's just me.
You know it because I can't stop using the name when referring to the dragon.
It doesn't mean I remember it off the tip of my head right now.
Also, alternate idea. Kinwell is an artificer, correct?
Yeah.
Artificer means boom booms, right?
If we could set up some dynamite or some kegs of spark powder around the thing and set those off like we do on Monster Hunter, maybe that'll help.
Yeah, at the very least, collapse the entrance to the lair and trap him outside of it.
So while we're setting up the lure of the parents' skin armour, we could also have the other team go there and set charges around the lair and, set it off, close at the same time that he's over at the armour, close it off. But that does mean splitting the team unless we get some of the villagers to go do the entrance to his cave, because once he leaves the cave, they're not in any danger anymore, technically.
Or you could send the 2 stealthiest ones to set up the bombs at the cave.
I'm
They're
just
so
picturing, like, this going like me versus Velkana.
They're still paying tribute, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so if we have wagons full
right in
of...
front of the lair.
Yeah, if we have wagons full of gunpowder instead of wagons full of loot, and take them to the beginning of his
It's
lair.
gold on the top. Yeah.
Yeah, cover it with canvas.
It may be a good idea to figure out the schedule for that.
I think next session we're gonna have to talk to the mayor again.
I don't think the mayor is going to be much help. I think we need to talk to someone who's taken over the responsibility of giving him this tribute.
Yeah.
It might be a good idea to talk to the mayor's servant.
Yes.
That's a
She's
good
got
The
more...
mayor's a bit drunk.
Yeah.
Also, is there a Sydney watch? And if so, we might want to see if we can enlist them to do some of this, because they would be just generally more skilled than a villager.
You have seen the city watch. They chased Toby out of a tree.
That's right. Okay, so there is a semi-trained militia force here that we
I
can...
would not.
I would not rely on them.
I wouldn't expect them to necessarily be helpful, but it's worth a try.
I mean, it's
it's
their
a-
town in danger.
It's a little bit like asking a meter maid to help, but it's about
Oh, well.
Yeah, they may
Very
be...
Ridiculous Disney reference coming.
Oh boy.
Judy Hopps was a meter maid, and she stopped a crime syndicate.
Yeah, but there's a difference between a dragon and a crime syndicate.
Yeah.
Not really in this case.
It all depends on who is the one that regularly takes the wagons full of loot to the dragon's lair, because if we suddenly swap out those with soldiers, he's going to get suspicious.
Yeah.
I mean, we could use them, like if we use a canyon or something to stand up above the canyon and shoot crossbows down at the dragon, that might be useful and not put them in too much danger, but they're going to get fried.
I am going to have to actually listen to the recording of this session thoroughly and make notes about all the things I need to figure out.
Yeah, because we're segueing here.
You made a plan, and we said no.
Just want to be clear. Here is what I had prepped for this town. Kinwell. The inn.
Oh, yeah.
Wait.
I came up with the thing about the mayor's father this morning.
Well, it was very good because we're using his, the idea of his armour at the very least, because that's why Shell asked if the armour was still available, by the way.
I love that all of this is spiraling out of stuff I worked out about the dragon this morning. But I have a lot of work to do to back it all up.
Yeah, okay, so we should probably
You've got a
stop
month,
now
almost.
before we start making yet another plan.
Yeah. Well, we've got the basics of a plan. The plan basically is fake Daddy's armour, lure the dragon out with the rumour that it is the armour found to a place that we choose, blow his cave while he's away so that he can't go back into his cave,
And fight him on more open ground.
and try and entangle or ensnare him so that we can get as much damage on before he gets out and probably flies back to his lair trying to get back into it. Although he can dig, so that may or may not work blowing his lair, but it is going to make it more difficult for him at any rate.
It'll at least slow him down.
Yeah.
There's a non-zero chance it'll mostly make it more difficult for you to get to the dragon afterwards, however.
Yeah, because the lair's been closed and now he's burrowed back into it and now we can't get in.
But we could then poison the dragon.
How?
Still has to breathe. If we blow the entrance of the lair, find enough of the vent holes and plug them, make or find the gas that's toxic to the dragons, and flood his lair after he goes back inside to try to heal.
Well, if we knew where
Between the
Dragon's
damage,
Bane was.
between the damage he takes from battle and the damage he would take from the poisoning, it might be enough to either knock him out to the point we could finish him off, or actually finish him off. Or scare him away. Make him decide this town is too much of a trouble to keep. Which I don't think will happen, but hey.
No, because he'll just come back later with a grudge.
Yeah.
Couldn't our half-elf make something, some toxic gas? After he's finished with the arrow? Alright, so that's a possibility.
So could you, Miss Hermit.
By
There's
the
a
way-
difference between potions and toxic gas.
By the way, do you remember what I said earlier about how you could potentially earn expertise in herbalism kit if you study under an alchemist?
Yeah, he's an alchemist. I can study under him.
And he is perpetually happy to talk about alchemy at anyone.
Yeah.
Well, Shell will probably spend the next couple of days.
Well,
Yeah. Shell will definitely be spending the next couple of days learning.
He's currently too laser focused on this arrow to be of much use.
but afterwards, because we don't have to fight the dragon when the arrow's finished. We can.
No, it's not like we have to do it in 2 days. We can do it in a couple of weeks. It's just we have to get
That's
ready.
the earliest we can do it. Yeah, it's 2 days.
Yeah. But we have to prepare a trap and all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah, so homework is figure out how to kill a dragon.
Make an entire other map.
Make a new battle map.
I'm going for Canyon because it limits movement on the dragon's behalf. It allows shooting down on the dragon, but if we're on the ground where the dragon is, it does pose a risk of us getting dead. So
there isn't really a canyon per se in the area.
okay, that's why I needed to scout the land out too. So you're going to have to consider what the topography is so that we can scout it out and see what we need.
Yeah. Well, I assume there's a map somewhere we can look at, like a topographical map of the region.
If you look in maps,
Yeah. Well, I was thinking like lore-wise though. Like, there's a place our characters can probably.
is there a map? Oh, if you look in setting info, I think it is.
Yeah, say maps is for 9 realms, I think.
Yeah, I don't have a proper maps channel. A little ways back in setting info, there is a map of the continent of the
Okay, I
Silver.
see. Yeah, but I see time on the list.
It is right along. It's basically at the end of a cliff along the beach.
And it looks like it's all forest and plains, really. We'd have to go up to like Vasselheim if we needed, if we wanted mountains.
Yeah.
That could be.
And
Yeah.
if you bring a dragon an entire week back home to Vasselheim,
We wouldn't make it. I don't think we could outrun a dragon for a week.
you'll probably be dead before you get there.
Yeah, there it is.
2, if you don't die before you get there, Huntmaster Strongheart is firing all of you.
Come home with your shield
Can't get-
or upon it? Is this how it is?
It was never specified that we had to bring it back dead.
because yeah.
Look, Huntmaster, we brought you a gift.
We bought the dragon beats that you wanted and it's still attached to the dragon.
Oh, you wanted him dead.
There's actually a very strong chance that if you literally physically brought her a living dragon, it would be a case of if the dragon doesn't kill you, she will.
It's a strong probability that she will, actually. So Fjaraheim has a lot of flat land, which isn't going to be useful for setting a trap. Thank yous, DM. But yeah, if you can think a bit more about the topography and give us at least a helpful area that we can ambush this dragon with this lure trap. And we'll brainstorm next session on more how to kill a dragon.
Like, your options are basically, you've got the cliff above its lair, you've got the beach in front of its lair, or you've got the forest.
Our options are die.
I would say none of those are like good dragon fight.
No, it's too much open space, it's got too much movement, and there's nothing that we can keep it grounded for any length of time for with. We have to keep it grounded. And unable to burrow if we can too.
Well, just to remind you, Karina's got Hail of Thorns.
Yeah, throwing tiny little spikes at it I don't think is going to do anything but piss it off some more.
You do realize Hail of Thorns is not what you think it is.
Let's see how that works, actually. View.
Next time it creates a rain of thorns that sprout from your normal range. It takes 1d10 piercing damage on a failed save and half as much on a successful. At higher levels, it can go up to 6d10.
Yeah, that's just massive damage.
That's just damage. That's not going to hold it in place.
Stop it, though.
That's not like a chain net or a fine.
But if I core it on its wings and keep its attention on me, not to mention insulting it in Draconic.
If you keep its attention on you, you're going to die.
Yeah. We do, however, need to focus on attacking its wings so that it doesn't fly.
Yeah. The thing has 18d12 plus 108 HP. I don't think your
puny little arrows are going to do anything.
Okay,
which is sad, because that would just obliterate any other character, honestly.
I'm just gonna tell you outright, this is a fairly young adult blue dragon. He only has roughly 200 HP.
Ooh, only roughly 200. Oh, okay, only.
You have not seen the kind of damage output Shalimar can put out.
You also forget with Hail of Thorns, it can just succeed its saving throw.
I'd like to point out, first off, 2 archers that are ridiculous damage output. But then you also have Quinry and
ridiculous fire output.
Yeah. The issue is, if it burrows, none of the damage output's going to mean anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Damage means nothing if we can't hit it.
Yeah, we need to entangle it in a chain net or something to prevent it from flying or burrowing while we bash it.
Realistically, with everyone involved in this, if you take it on in its lair, you'll probably shred the thing.
Well, that just sounds like a convenient way for you to not have to make another map.
Yeah, all of a sudden she wants us in its lair. It's lair full of traps.
I genuinely want you to defeat the dragon.
Okay, no.
I am not certain that everyone will necessarily
survive.
Easily survive.
You can say it. You can say die. It's okay. We understand.
There's a reason that Finn is getting diamonds.
Yeah, there's a reason I don't want to go in its lair. It's very likely, even though it is a new lair, to have some sort of trappage set up in there. Fighting it and its traps is likely to get us dead. If we lure it out with the armour and then smack the shit out of it, at least we only have it to deal with.
Yeah, out of curiosity, what level Artificer is, Dark?
He is around the same level y'all are.
So we'll say like 6th, 7th level, something like that.
Yeah. So he's useful, but he's not like overpowered.
It's useful for teaching shell stuff. But yeah, we're going in circles now until we can get that other information.
Yeah.
So,
What types of haunting work on a dragon?
Would
What
what?
types of haunting work on a dragon?
pipes of horn.
That
They, each creature within 30 feet of you that hears you play must succeed a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or become frightened of you for 1 minute.
it's capable of working.
Yeah, the only issue is it would just undo the roll of succeeding.
The thing about fighting a dragon is that it really is frequently about burning through its legendary resistances so that you can fight the dragon.
Yeah, there's better ways of doing that than getting within 30 feet of it, which is what's required for the types.
If you can throw things at it that it has to do a saving throw, it's only got 3 legendary resistances. But 3 resistances is a lot.
It is a lot, yeah.
I must say, there are a number... The HP is not the only area in which this is weaker than a standard adult blue dragon.
So it has fewer legendary resistances?
It only has 2.
It only has 2. What about legendary actions?
Like, I've nerfed this thing a bit because it's kind of terrifying.
Yeah. Well, the legendary actions are infinite. Because they regain those at the start of each turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, those suck.
Yeah, those hurt. Those are...
I will say the legendary actions are mostly only a problem for people in the physical.
Yeah, within
it's tail and wing attacks, so...
Yeah.
It's
The only thing it might get us with is detect, but that's just a perception check, or a wisdom check.
Yeah, that's if we were sneaking in the back of its lair. But we're not doing that now, we're trying to lure it out.
But it's got, like, a passive perception of 22 anyway, so we'd almost never get past it.
No, that's why I think luring it to the armour and setting some gunpowder underneath the armour so that when it lands we blow it up and do some damage then and then start attacking it is about the best option we have.
Under the armor, okay.
Yeah, because blowing up the door's not going to work, but if we make the armour the trap and do some damage to it with some explosives and then start firing on it, because we can't, we haven't got a canyon like my first plan is, so if it's out in the open we're going to have to do it some damage by using explosives or something. So yeah, can do that, that'll give us a bit of damage on it before we even start hitting at it.
I will point out that you know that it is not particularly agile. That is a thing you would know from the book.
Yeah, once it lands, it does need a running takeoff. So once it lands and has a look at the armor and we blow it, it will hit it.
So we would need like something manually to detonate that. Like lighting a fuse.
From a perspective of trying to get through its legendary resistances, adult blue dragons have terrible decks. Even with the decent bonus to saving throw they have terrible decks.
Yeah, so blowing it up is actually a pretty good idea. We could shoot a fire arrow at one of the kegs and set it off that way.
Basically, the things that I did nerf are the HP, the legendary resistances, and some of its stats. But I'm not telling you which.
Yeah, I don't want a bunch of information.
No.
I
don't want to need to go into it knowing that I'm going to kill it in one shot, but I do need to know going into it that I'm able to kill it. That is helpful. But yeah, we're starting to get a workable plan.
Knowing that it's not a pure dragon, that's like stat-wise, it's not a pure dragon, is good.
Yeah, it's not invincible. It's not uber powerful. It's just going to wipe us off the planet.
It makes it feel not so hopeless.
Yeah, it's not like we're going to die. It's like we might die.
Possibly, yeah. Yeah, okay.
Quite frankly, given the stats that it has and the attacks that it has, its damage output, aside from the breath attack, is lower than the frost giants.
Really?
Sure
you haven't nerfed it too much?
So it's
Shaw, don't say that. You're gonna make it hard.
And the thing is that is genuinely, I barely touched the actual stats of the dragon. They don't have massive damage output except for their breath attack to begin with.
And if you're smart enough to know not to stand directly in front of it and not in a line,
you've got a fair chance of surviving. Alright, well I'm liking how our plan is fleshing out so far.
Like, average damage for their tail attack is 16.
That's still a lot.
It's still a lot considering,
yeah.
I think she's got 54, so yeah, a couple of hits with that and she's going to be needing a potion.
and
that's why we
dragons
have you.
That's why she made locked.
Can just multi-attack. Yeah.
Average damage for a frost giant attack is 25.
The issue with the dragon is it's got the multi-attack, so it can do Frightful Presence, and then it can do 1 bite and 2 claw attacks.
Yeah.
Which is, ow.
That's like insta-death for whoever it attacks.
Because the claw is a melee weapon, so it's, let's see, 2d6 plus 7. So 2 of those, so 4d6 plus 14, basically. And then the bite is 2d10 plus 7, plus 1d10 lightning damage.
Hit lightning too well, it bites you. Brilliant.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The bite does piercing and lightning.
Ah, brilliant.
This
is why Shell has a bow and arrow. She does not get close to things if she can shoot it from a distance.
Yeah, unfortunately, Namilla has to get close to things because her crossbow is kind of shit.
It's very much a case of
duck.
Whoever is in its face is in some degree of danger.
Yeah, but everyone else is pretty safe. Yeah.
Okay,
But
considering Karina does a jump between long and short range.
And I would like to point out that you do have Toby with you, and he is a paladin.
And paladins have healing spells and smite!
He is specifically a close range paladin.
Yeah.
He pumps enough smite into it, he can probably lop off one of the horns.
He will probably be the one going for its face.
She's gonna be a cooked turkey.
Namilla will probably get in close too, just because she has to. But she can cast like false life on herself, and
Now, the question with Toby is whether he's going to attempt to get in its face without his armor or not.
Yeah, that's going to be
Because
fun.
if he doesn't have his armor on, he can fly. But if he puts his armor on, he has an AC of 21.
Yeah, so it's either fly or not be hit.
He has an armor class of 15 without his armor, so that's not bad. But
But it's not brilliant.
bad. But we need everything we can get against the dragon. That what +6 AC would help a lot.
Yeah, especially avoiding those tail and wing strikes.
Yeah, okay, so we're kind of getting a plan. We probably should stop before we get too far.
Yeah.
yeah,
I'm going to stop the recording and get off before we confuse ourselves.
Yeah, before we just run ourselves in circles even more than we already have.
Yeah, that's it. We've already started running in circles. Okay, stopping recording
Yeah.
now.